Okay, so it's 6 o'clock. So let's start with. Okay, so it's 6 o'clock and we're gonna start with our regular board meeting for tonight. I can see that all our board members are present, as well as our superintendent. So please join me for item 1B, the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, good night. And with that, we're gonna start acknowledging that today, by the order of the board, we're having translation services. So if the translators can please give instructions. Hello?
Por favor, si pueden activar la función de interpretación de Zoom que está a mano derecha inferior de su pantalla. Si hacen clic en el globo terráqueo, van a ver dos opciones, la de elegir la opción de inglés y la otra en español. Cada participante debe escoger su idioma de preferencia para poder escuchar. There is an interpreting function located on the lower right portion of the screen. Click in the globe icon and choose your language of preference. Each participant must choose a language of preference, whether it is English or Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we are going to read a brief acknowledgement of land life. Sunnyvale School District is located on the ancestral and unceded land of the Moviva Adrón tribe, who have peacefully honored and cared for this land for thousands of years. We recognize that every member of the Sunnyvale community continues to benefit from the use and occupation of this land. We acknowledge our responsibility to learn from the wisdom of the Ohlone people and to consider how we might work to repair injustices and to move forward together in honorable ways. And with that, we move to item 2, which is the approval of the agenda as it is. If there is any member of the board who would like to put a motion to approve the agenda?
I move approval of the agenda as posted.
I'll second. Good. With that,
Check on public comment.
do we have a public comment related to the approval of the agenda? Seeing none, please vote aye if you like the agenda as it is.
Aye.
Okay, with that, we have agenda. Now we move to item number 3, which is study session. And tonight we're gonna have programs of choice and school focus areas. And for that, please, Dr. Lee. Thank you.
Okay, well, good evening, board. This should be a fun conversation tonight and hopefully a learning one as well. I'm just going to start off, kind of lay the groundwork for us this evening, just kind of where some of our schools are and a little bit where they are and what they're going to be doing that's coming up. So just a status update and then an opportunity for us to have a deeper conversation and maybe some potential thoughts and questions that you have as a board as we move forward with our programming. And so as that's coming up, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Yeah, all right, very good. So first, I just wanted to kind of start out talking a little bit about our programs of choice and school focus area. This started about, my math might be off a little bit, around 6 or 7 years ago, where we had an emphasis to try to, just highlight some of our schools. And so we kind of initiated programs of choice concept. And in that transformation and in that process a little bit, we kind of we're relating to all schools as programs of choice, but a part of my discussion tonight with you is just to clarify the distinction between open enrollment and programs of choice, and then our school focus areas. So just to kind of get those definitions kind of mapped out a little bit. But more specifically, as we do talk about programs of choice, the idea of that is that it's a focused program, it's specialized opportunities for students. And it comes with a process and a structure, whether it be an application, certain criteria that needs to be in place in order for you to be able to apply to and participate in that particular program. And so the purpose of having those a program of choice is to maybe meet a key focus area that has come to the community in some way, but more specifically, something that we see our student body needing and would support the concepts that they are coming forth with. So tonight we'll talk about some of that. So to get us started, we're going to start with our Bishop Elementary School. So Bishop had a focus, previously was a leader in me. And while they continue to incorporate some of those concepts into their work, they had de-emphasized the exact leader in me, because that kind of comes almost like with a license. And so they were noticing, based upon feedback from their community, their school community, their parent community, as well as from the community of their students, that while that was important, some of the criteria and details that actually went with being a leader in me were not as important, and were not serving the community to the degree that it once had. And so as a result of that, at Bishop, while they are still have those concepts, their school focus is to be determined at this time. They have actually started an exploration process. They actually started a little bit towards the end of last school year. And they've kind of shared kind of their approach to doing that. They kind of have a few parents that they're working with in a targeted way in order to kind of flush out and get ideas and thoughts, talking with their PTAs, talking in general with their student council, their students, and other ways by which to try to get as much of the Bishop voice into potential ideas that they want to consider as a school site. And so their goal is to bring those concepts to the executive cabinet. And then once we kind of clarify a few more details, kind of bring forth here back to the board once that recommendation is available. And then with the hopes of finalizing a decision and the steps that would be needed to roll out in August of 2025. So that's kind of a little bit about Bishop and what they're doing and kind of where they're headed with regards to their school focus, which had originally been one of those focus schools. All right, so with Columbia. So Columbia moved into program of choice with their Juntos program. It is our first cohort of students who transitioned from our San Miguel elementary program rolled into Columbia Middle School. And so the focus is integrated with, of course, what we're doing around the Juntos Spanish immersion, but continuing the concepts that it's been working on with regards to social emotional learning. That continues to be at the cornerstone of the work that they're doing, both within the Juntos program, but throughout the campus as well. Continuing to emphasize safe school environment is very important to the work that they've been doing and must continue to do as a part of this programming. And then a real emphasis around strong instructional practice and rigorous instruction. And so they have been really focused in on some of their AVIC concepts and companies that they're working on. Still focusing on, critical thinking, creativity, communication, collaboration. They're trying to incorporate that throughout their entire programming at the school site, and of course in the Juntos programming as well. I wanted to add this piece up here with regards to the Bulldog Pride mantra. And as I get to the next slide, I know there were questions about, why is this important as a part of this programming? It's important as it aligns with the culture of the entire campus. It has been, I would say the foundation on what they've been actually growing with and producing over the last several years. That is equally and important as the Juntos program has transitioned in, to be sure that we have that cultivation and interconnectedness through that programming, so that both spaces can be honored to the degree they need to for the work that they're doing in those separate programs. I think this Bulldog Pride has really served Columbia well. And just wanted to talk about the strong alignment to our students experience inclusive and nurturing environments, which directly ties into our strategic plan work and emphasis for us as a school district. Out of sight cell phones. I think there was a question of like, why are we talking about this? What does this have to do with programs of choice? It goes back to that earlier point about rigorous instruction. Over the last several years, the intensity of students on phones, appropriate and inappropriate. So it's not just reducing because of inappropriate behaviors, just the time that students are, for lack of a better word, cheating, looking at their phone versus doing what it is we need them to be doing for themselves, is beginning to have a significant impact on the campus. And not only is staff recognizing and administration, but students actually are recognizing. And I would say many parents, while I'm sure all may not agree with this initiative that they're trying to work through, it is significant. And we are getting more and more research with regards to the amount of time that students are on devices that's not really meaningful to them. And then, of course, realigning that earlier piece around the safety issue, right? We want students learning when they're there, getting what they need. And it's not saying that we don't still believe that technology has its place and purpose in our education. It absolutely does. But we want students to be using it for that as a tool. And what they need, we have in the classrooms. And so we are fortunate as a district to have that. And so really the students actually having their cell phones during the instructional day is not something that's necessary for them to have access to technology and also have access to technology as an instructional tool. So they're going through this initiative now as a process in preparation for consideration on a more significant level for us as a school district, depending on what we learn during this time. Also wanted to reinforce that emphasis around the Bulldog Pride. This is one of their more recent events that they had, which was an eat and greet. And what made this particular event so powerful is that it was definitely a community event. So there were significant parents and significant students interacting on a very large level. It's a way to get parents to the campus at times that sometimes some parents otherwise may not be able to come. It was an opportunity that, you know, you're not here just to maybe talk about your kids' performance or what a volunteer experience or all the other things that we try to engage our families with, but we're just an opportunity to connect, be on campus, interact with the administration, teachers, et cetera, in a community type of way. And that's one of the big emphasis for the campus, is really building that community and building a safe space for all students and languages for that matter. All right. Okay, so shifting to Fairwood Elementary. Fairwood Elementary actually does fit the criteria of a program of choice. It is a dedicated emphasis that the campus places on family participation and volunteering. It continues to provide inquiry-based, and not that all of our schools don't do that, but with the added emphasis around the family participation and volunteering, it allows them to do it at a magnitude much more significant than some of our other school sites. Also creating that interconnectedness with the community involvement, and just really helping our students to grow as critical thinkers, problem solvers, have an opportunity to be hands-on with academics, but also just overall learning experiences on the campus. I integrated all 4 of our goal areas here because through this model, it actually reinforces all of them very well. and throughout the curriculum and throughout the day, and also with additional opportunities outside of the school day and in the evening as well. So at Fairwood, of course, we have a large number of volunteers. The families continue to support a teacher by volunteering 2 hours a week. Volunteers do a multitude of different activities. I think Ms. Romana has done a great job of trying to ensure that everyone has something that fits either schedule, lifestyle, et cetera, so that all families do feel welcome and find a place that they can support the goals of the school. They continue to provide this science opportunities, history enactments, and many more opportunities. And then trying to continue to cultivate the gardening and cooking and arts programs at the campus. And many of these activities are tied to inquiry-based learning, hands-on learning. I think there was a question around, is project-based learning still a part of the programming and what we're doing? It is in the classrooms. We have a lot of emphasis on some other things as well as now. So the project-based learning is tied to kind of the outcomes and goals of different classrooms and what they're working on. So it's a little bit more focused, I would say, in that we're trying to also be sure it's supporting our core academic areas as much as possible. When planning the class units, they're trying to see, okay, what can we infuse into different classrooms? How might parents be able to support the campus or the classrooms to expand the teaching and work that's going to be happening on a daily basis? And so that it's not just an activity like in addition to, but it's integrated into the work that we're working on academically for students and for teachers for that matter, so that it feels more integrated and appropriate and not just an off. So, right. Moving on, talk a little bit about Lakewood. There were some questions here, so I'm sure we'll get to that later when we have our conversation, but Lakewood has really been emphasizing the 4 pillars of the community school, kind of outline those there. I would say for Sunnyvale in general, many of our campuses are really trying to move this way. When we first started this initiative, that was one of the things we talked about. And for Lakewood, it's really important. Their community has talked about the importance of it. Students' needs have talked about it a little bit. And so the idea for it is we had a lot of supports, but we've been trying to integrate those supports so that they're more meaningful, more targeted, eliminating things that are not very relevant or have not been as successful. And that's a part of the ongoing programming to be sure that what you're bringing is what you need and that it's also meeting the needs of the students. As a part of this process, the other big piece that they're trying to get in place with that is ongoing ways to get input from both students and families so that they can say, yes, those were the good things. Yes, those programs are going well. And then also ongoing figure out what are other programs that we need at the school site. Number 2 ties, of course, to actually 2, 3, and 4 very much so tied directly back to our strategic plan. But the 4 pillars of a community school integrate very well to that work that we're trying to do. And so Lakewood's work has been around improving what was there, eliminating what's not really working well. And then we're right in the midst of now and saying, okay, what are we going to bring in? What is the next thing that needs to be added? And they've done a good job so far of bringing in a few new things. So we'll talk about a few of those. Okay. All right. So staffing. Fortunate to have been able to be a part of the grant in order to bring a wellness center to Lakewood. So we have a wellness center there. That wellness center has a specialist outreach assistant that's also working with it, and then a liaison. And so they meet on Mondays, and the primary purpose of them meeting is to talk about how the new initiatives are going, what's missing, what's the pulse on the campus, what are things that are coming that we need to pay attention to, and then just the overall culture climate of the campus in general. That's also a part of what those meetings are about. With that wellness center, we've also been able to incorporate our wellness warriors, which is student leadership, who are bringing activities and try to bring other supports during recess and lunch. And then at this time, we also have Pacific Clinics on the campus as we go through this year for transition to decide, will we continue with that? Will we be perfectly housed with our own mental health wellness associates that we brought on? And then just the overall additional supports that we provided with our kids learning after school programs and some of the extras that we've added to that. And so I'll talk about some of those. Okay. So some of the things we've added to the campus, or they've added, is ongoing clothing closet. That's organized by that team to provide that. And, you know, they try to get donations and things. We try to keep it at a manageable level because what we don't want is just stuff hanging around. So we try to manage that, rotate it through. That's a part of the work for the team. They've also have a mini food pantry for, you know, like a few canned goods, other types of things that they can give to families and kids that they can just kind of take. The dental screenings will be up and coming. They've done some, but that will be a new service that will be provided and be there. And then we're really trying to up in collaboration with Paul Slayton and Vanessa with our parent education to provide a few more opportunities there that are dedicated to that particular community and some of the asks that they've requested. With regards to student opportunities, we expanded our KLES to 84 additional students through some of the extra programming in basketball, soccer, the yoga, Fun on the Run. Those are some initiatives that are in collaboration with the city of Sunnyvale. Coding with Legos, Girls on the Run, and then the Valley Sports, we have actually added additional ones for that, but the to be determined is on there because we're looking to see what else could we bring in and do they have the capacity to add more. So we don't know yet, but we're looking at some of those opportunities for the campus. All right, moving on to San Miguel. With regards to San Miguel, it continues, of course, to be our Junto Spanish Emerging Program. That mission is strong and working with students to be biliterate and bilingual. Classes are doing well. There is cross-cultural competence that we've been increasing with our neighborhood and, of course, that Junto programming. And then really trying to press on academic achievement actually in both languages, and that's across the campus. That's a huge emphasis. And so we definitely see data that supports the bringing that program there. I know one of the questions, and that'll be a part of our discussion tonight, like how do we begin to measure and evaluate how effective our programs are and what to do to continue enhancing them and kind of where they are. But we definitely have significant number of things to talk about from a qualitative standpoint anyway, to reinforce the Juntos program at San Miguel. At the end of 24 school year, we saw definitely strong reading proficiencies in Spanish. We're always looking for that to be better, but we are seeing good positive signs of that. And then in relationship to some of the other Title I schools, they continue to administer pretty well in Spanish and English. Sometimes some things are stronger in Spanish, but these are the highlights and the commitment to having the bilingual education program. And I think so far it's demonstrated to be a positive thing for us as a school district and for San Miguel School. Just a few highlights. Of course, they starting with Hoffman Award they got in 22-23. That was a positive thing. Many students who enter our program that are native Spanish speakers, who leave our school being bilingual, biliterate. That's just a wonderful thing that we are able to cultivate that. Overall, both the neighborhood and Juntos programs, roughly we have about 367 students in 2020 to now 428. So we've grown. So that's positive, keeping the enrollment and the programming going. It still takes work for us to cultivate that and message that, like that doesn't go away. But it continues to be positive and we see good programming. And now we have, I meant to change that, so sorry, but we also, of course, are serving TK through. So that's a very positive, change for us. Okay, moving to Vargas. Vargas kind of had been one of those programs that we talked about, you know, the science emphasis. Really is a school of focus. It's not a program of choice because primarily it's neighborhood schools. It's not something different that you have to do in order to go to Vargas. And so that makes it a school of focus and not a program of choice in the programming that it's doing. Vargas continues to focus on trying to provide engaging opportunities around science, integrating that, continuing to work to utilize the science lab. And so our principal is cultivating that in transition, trying to do that with some new programs that I've kind of talked about. And so we will get to those in just a bit. Okay. So using standards-based foundation, we continue to use that with the science programming. We try to have an engaging curriculum. We're going to be looking at a new programming this year in conjunction with our mystery science curriculum, which was the Simply Science, and we'll talk more about that in just a moment. And then we're trying to continue to be sure we have the dedicated Makers Lab and then the Science Lab to support in enhancing scientific inquiry and curiosity with students. And so we're trying to, this is kind of a year of us trying some new things at the campus and seeing if that sticks and works. And then what else can we infuse into the campus to support and cultivate the science focus at Vargas. Okay, so talk about the lab visits. Where possible, we're trying to ensure that all students have field trips. At this time, primarily it's K through 5. TK, they tried a little bit last year, but we're going to try to bring things to the TK versus having them go out. And that also allows more potential opportunities more often when we can bring things to the campus. Continue to cultivate the science notebooks. As I talked about, the integration of Simply Science, the science nights, and then we're continuing to research because there is a capacity for the garden at Vargas, and we are trying to wrap our heads around what can we do there and sustain. There are a lot of things that we look at. It's great initially, but then it's about how do you sustain it, and especially when there's a break. So we continue to research and think about what we could do there and what might be possible. So those are some things that are on the lookout.
Clarifying question, what do you
Yes.
mean by when there's a break?
Winter break, spring break, summer sessions.
Sure. Okay,
Yes.
I get it.
Mhm,
Times when
absolutely.
things grow.
So yeah, so just trying to look at how do you compensate for that with people power, but also with fiscal resources, because it will require significant both. All right, so just before we kind of get to our conversation, just kind of want to go back to open enrollment. Want to put our policy here so we understand that our families do have that. Of course, some of our programs are more impacted than others, so that minimizes how much movement is really possible, given we want to prioritize who the neighborhood students are to get into the programs where they live. We continue to, though, support this process throughout our campus. And so our main focus is to have choice of school where it's possible to do so. And we do prioritize special situations, like, of course, our students with special needs who need special programming across the campus. And just to ensure that everyone has feels good about their school, it fits their lifestyle, it fits all the things that it needs to for them as much as possible. But, we're just fortunate to be able to do that. And for the most part, I think we've been able to be consistent and equitable in our processes. So with that, it's not perfect, but I think we do a good job to be sure we're allowing families to be where they need to be for the education of their kids. Okay. And so with that, we're gonna pause and have more discussion and conversation. These were just some thoughts I had of things that I thought the board might want to engage in a little bit deeper conversation about. Yeah, let's have some courageous learning.
Okay. Thank you about that and in name of the board and everybody. Thank you. In the name of the board and everybody that we represent. And we're gonna start with comments from the community. So I see that we have 5 cards in person, and if anyone wants to put a card that haven't, and I think there is one person online. Good. Okay, so with that, let's see. Okay, perfect. So this portion of the agenda provides an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the governing board on this particular item 3, provisions. Okay, so we're gonna have 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes in general, so we're gonna start like. Huh?
7 times 3 is 21. Do you want to still do 3 minutes?
So what?
7 comments times 3 minutes is 21 minutes. Do you still want to do 3 minutes per person?
Yeah, I think we can, yes. Okay, so let's start with, no, it's 2 online and 4 in person.
Oh, 4. Sorry.
So let's start with Jessica Jarecki.
Yes? Oh, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
You were very polite.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, I'm Jessica Jarecki. I am the parent of a student at Vargas and a student at SMS. I'm the PTA president at Vargas, but I'm actually speaking on my own behalf. I just wanted to mention, or I wanted to talk about the program at Vargas a little bit. When I moved into the district a little over 2 years ago, and I had to think about where I wanted to go. And so I went and looked at the public school and I saw that Vargas was a science school. And now I recognize that it's a focus and not a school of choice. But I made the choice based in a large part because of that. And I've heard a lot of parents concerned about where the program is heading. I've talked to our new principal a lot about this, and I am convinced that he is enthusiastic about keeping the science program going. But I just wanted to emphasize to you all that it's definitely an area of concern and needs a lot of support. And I think our community really, really feels that we would like to see as much support from this board to show that this is something that's important and it is something that we're going to keep going. And it's not going to just be, it's going to be something that stands out from the other schools in the district. Not just taking something from another school in the district and putting it in ours and calling it an area of focus. So we want to make sure that whatever we're doing, we keep doing more and have it be truly something that's important. And if this isn't the area of focus, that's fine. But we need to, whatever we're doing, I want us to put our hearts into it and really make it something. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Judd Rattier.
Thank you. I got an extra minute this time, my last speech. All right, well, I am Judd Ratner and I am here as a parent, as also a part of the PTA, the site council, a third grader and a TK individual. So I am advocating, of course, for our choice exploration. So great summary from Dr. Dean here. Our current program happens to be leadership. And though I like the idea of that, and especially as you get older, this becomes an important part of who you are and how you lead, it is particularly difficult, frankly, to translate this particular focus or program of choice into the students. So the teachers never really fully embraced it. ambiguity, I think, is actually part of its challenge. There's a significant Hispanic population, as we know, which just makes this program of choice a little bit challenging, in my opinion. So I would be interested, though, in having some of the kind of participation numbers for schools of choice over to Jeremy, but is our understanding it's not really serving our community very well. So we established a committee to investigate. We've narrowed it down to arts, project-based, and I forget the other, but arts is the one that's really showing the most promise. Now, we all know the advantages of arts in education and creativity. There's a reason that we went from STEM to STEAM. Much of this, though, is really anchored in Bishop's unique position in having a full-size auditorium. That really is something special that we have, and I think we can embrace. So we've identified local and national examples, even though we're still working to get some communication lines going. We've talked about doing a physical visit to some in the area because we really feel that's the best way to immerse ourselves and understand how they infuse arts throughout their entire program. So today, for me, the big ask, or I should say on behalf of our school, the big ask is to identify basically funding and grants and other type of support that we can get for staff and materials. I am curious about the other investments that the district makes specifically in the program and not just in kind of your normal salaried individuals. But right now, we have our Starting Arts program, which is a great drop-in type of experience, but it does have limited time in the classroom and impact. To me, the best example is having an arts teacher or music teacher, instruments, art supplies, guest instructors, or even in-house trips to performances, because I feel it's quite hard to claim that this is our focus without dedicated resources being behind this. So to close up, I mean, this is something that my wife and I, our arts education, both had throughout elementary school in the Northeast. And somehow arts just kind of got lost along the way. I can't speak for California, but at least this is the way it appears. I became an engineer myself, but my wife is now a prominent graphic designer at one of the tech companies around here and attributes her success to her early arts education. So I'm happy to report that we've made some progress and movement towards this program of choice, but like any other initiative, can't really realize its full potential and educational outcomes without financial and organizational support.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next person will be Peggy Shen Brewster. You have 2 cards.
One's for regular public comments, this is just for this. So
Okay.
save that for later, please.
Yeah.
Hi, hi, my name is Peggy Shen Brewster. I'm here as a Bishop parent. I have a 4th grader and a kinder at Bishop. As I was listening to this presentation, I kind of have a point of clarification, which I'll just ask openly, is the difference between a program of choice and a school focus. So it sounds like we have 2 very strong programs of choice at Fairwood and the Juntos program. And then we at Bishop were a program of choice, but moving towards school focus. And so as Judd mentioned, we had identified arts, performing arts, as an area where we would want to kind of have programs. But I'm wondering if a school focus would actually be able to achieve like the concept that many of us have in our mind, which I think would fit maybe more under the umbrella of program of choice. I'm just wondering about those 2 phrases and like the meaning of it. And I was on the exploration committee until I stepped off of that committee. So I'm not sure exactly how that process is going, although Judd's wife, Mayan, is on the committee still. I do want to echo what he said about the need for support. I was in a previous meeting here during our governance meeting where we talked about we want any change to be community guided, right? Community spearheaded from our own community, but also it came to my thinking that maybe like the structure that there's to have 8 meetings to explore the focus of the school might not be enough to launch it into an actual program that I could imagine like on the level of the Hoffman type schools that we've seen where children are learning a musical instrument and are leading with really rich arts education and going forward. So I want to also just echo that need for support from the district and from the board, just if this is something that we all believe in as something that could be a choice for our children, I would like to see that support offered to the community or at least made known. And finally, I want to mention that I know that the the previous reasoning for having the schools of programs of choice is to like draw enrollment from the south part of the district to the north part of the district. And that was well achieved to Fairwood and to Juntos. But I want to note that there has been a negative effect on some of the remaining schools, like at Bishop. I look around and I see this really, really great parent participation at San Miguel and at the Fairwood Explorer. And those are people that all live in my neighborhood. So that has drawn away from the potential Bishop neighborhood. So I would really love to make us a program of choice, school focus that is desirable as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have two people online? Perfect. Can the please speaker, do you have a name? Could the please speaker please start now? You have a 3 minute, three participants. Okay, you have 3 minutes and yeah, whenever the Zoom masters are ready.
We'll close it after the third.
Ah,
We'll just tell her to close it after the third.
yeah, well, yeah, we saw it.
The third came up as we were talking.
Okay, that's okay.
As long as we stay under 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So it's Courtney Jansen, followed by Petra House.
Okay, come on, Courtney.
Okay, I think that worked. Yes. Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Courtney Jansen. I'm speaking on my own behalf tonight as a parent of 2 kids. First, I want to thank the district for providing these, I guess, programs of choice or areas of focus. I kind of missed that because we're trying to do dinner in the background. But what was then called at the time programs of choice, when it came time to figure out a school for my kids, I guess 2 years ago, I didn't look anywhere beyond Fairwood and San Miguel. I didn't even consider private school because the programs of choice at those 2 schools were so strong. And I am so happy that today my kids are at San Miguel Juntos program. We love it. So thank you to the district and the teachers and staff at San Miguel for giving my kids such an amazing opportunity. I've joked with them that I want to trade places so I can go to elementary school and they can do my day job. As I think about the programs of choice, one thing that has struck me is the balance of making sure that kids get in a foundation in all these topics, even if they don't attend the school with that area of focus. So for example, right, all kids need to learn some technology and cyber safety. They need to learn science and have time to explore outdoors. They need to learn to lead, but also how to step back so others can shine. And so even though you didn't ask, I'm going to share my couple of thoughts on ways to expand these programs. First, for a technology school, I've wondered if we could include something like a visual reality or augmented reality space. Perhaps a robotics lab. We have Intuitive effectively just down the street. Could we partner with Intuitive for some of their robotics expertise? They're doing demos every day. Intuitive has a great foundation and programs with outreach. I'd happily connect you guys with that. Maybe photography and additional coding opportunities, or even establishing like a first Lego League Explore team that's specifically focused to kids ages 8 to 10. From a science school, maybe something like a pollinator garden, a native plant garden, a course on the indigenous uses of native plants, a cooking program, regular field trips like were mentioned to even Santa Cruz Mountains, Baylands, and more, or partnerships and research with Cal Academy of Sciences or Monterey Bay Aquarium. Maybe even the science school could become like an outdoor school if I'm doing really wishful thinking here. And then my last comment is I love the idea of an arts area of focus. I am a little bit biased. As you may know, in high school, I had planned to be a professional bassoon player in a classical symphony. I obviously didn't do that today, but the importance of music and arts for our kids cannot be overstated. So an arts program of choice school, maybe visual arts, programming or performing arts, photography with a dark lab, pottery, studio, musicals, bands, choir during school hours. Those are all ideas. So again, thank you for having this program. My kids love the Juntos program at San Miguel, and I really enjoyed listening to the ideas that came up today. And that's all I've got.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. And now our next speaker.
Next up is Petra House, followed by Laura.
Okay, Petra House, please start your comments. You will have 2 minutes. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. My name is Petra Houtz. I have 2 children, first and fourth grader at Bishop Elementary as well. And I am actually on the committee that is exploring our different options for program of choice or And what I'd really love to just put out there is that one, we really have some amazing teachers and amazing community that we're building at Bishop through the PTA, through the various different events that we have going on. And that what stands out is that there's this huge opportunity to really think about what the potential of our future can be there, to work with our community members to decide on that. And then when we think about both the space and the structure of our schools, considering what funding opportunities there are to fund these, as well as how we can be creative around after school programming in conjunction with our in-day programming to maximize those opportunities is going to be really important. One of the things that has come up in our exploration is just how tight the school day schedule is. And that, there's a lot to cover just to get the basics done. And so it's going to be really important for us to really think about how we go about that process and what we think about in terms of the holistic experience for our students, both in school and after school. The after school space is another area that we have drastic need for in our communities. And so just thinking about that as we consider the schools of choice and what the opportunities that might bring for further partnership. I also want to echo what Courtney said. We live in a very resource-rich region, but doesn't always trickle into our schools. And so really thinking about how can we figure out those partnerships, both with tech industry, but also with other spaces like universities and other community partners that are trying to address the same issues in the region. I know that the county as a whole is really thinking about kind of how share resources and what things, what potentials there are to serve our community. And so just really thinking about what are the collaborative opportunities here. Also, just thank you for putting this on the space and for giving us an opportunity to hear from you later. We look forward to hearing that as we also consider where we go with the Bishop programming. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. And our last person will be Laura. So yes, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your timer. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Hi, thank you so much for having this forum tonight. And my name is Laura, or it's go by Lori, and I have 2 children that went through San Miguel. The younger one is a 6th grader at Columbia now. Thank you for providing the schools of choice. It's interesting to notice that some are a school of focus. That was new for me today too. My daughter started in the Flagship Juntos as a 1st grader in 2016. The vibrant community that flourishes at San Miguel, and I see coming through at Columbia Middle School, didn't happen overnight. Over the 8 years at San Miguel, it grew, it changed. And as one person said, it's one of 2 schools that she considered for her kids. It would be great to see that all the schools of choice are being considered, that all of them are a draw, that they're not just a school of focus. And I think, as someone also said, we have a resource, we have a lot of resources maybe in our area, and I appreciate that there is this discussion. And I believe that, and I'm hopeful that some of these changes come into place. So I'm glad that this is here, that it's the discussion is being considered. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much for coming, and it is great to have so many members of the community and so much engagement tonight. So before we start our discussion, I think we're gonna try to get it to 7:15, unless we have too much to talk about. We can consider, because we have a fairly light agenda tonight. Yeah, but I think only one full other discussion. So
I would also say, like, 10 minutes for all of us to discuss our programs of choice would be.
Oh, I know, I think 7:15 is great, but just, it's not a light agenda tonight. I don't disagree with 7:15, but it's not a light agenda.
Well, so we had easier ones, so we only have one big presentation, the rest is the paperwork. So let's start with that, try to think 7:15, but what I was thinking tonight, we can start with one small introduction for each of us, whatever, if you have something planned from the package reading, and then we start our discussion, but we can come down the road, like if you have any main questions or observations to start with. Each of us has 3 minutes and then we can start discussing after that.
So I have 2 points. The first point is that we always want to make sure that everybody has the core in this process of the things that we're valuing, that we reflect in our strategic plan. And so what the difference is in how this might be reflected through an area of intent. I don't want to say focus, but intentionality. I don't have a problem with starting out as a school of focus, because as it was mentioned by one of the public speakers, it's a journey, not a destination. So you have to have an idea in mind, a focus, to have something become a school of choice. Because you're going to be trying and experimenting and then building capacity, not only within a community of resources, but within the staff itself. Because you want to have staff be able to support and match the strengths of the particular focus. And that's going to take some time to do with training, opportunities for hiring in new people, the potential of staff moving from one site to another if that's their personal passion and focus point. So resources, which was mentioned again, takes time to develop and build as well, within the concept of what, as you begin, you scaffold and you start to support individual projects within a school of focus or other, and then you build it out from there. So I think that there will be resources, you just can't flick a switch and have the school suddenly change in the next year. It's I want to emphasize it's a journey. The one question that I had as it bubbled up to me was, are we going to be consistent with our PBIS and with our SEL and how that's going to be looking in our communities now that we kind of have moved away from Bishop having leadership kind of being their focal point of how we're addressing those communities and choice and interaction and child interactions.
Yeah, the PBIS and SEL are core, and while they don't fit in the bucket of our core academics, for us in Sunnyvale they do. Like, we feel like you can't have one without the other. So those things will never go away, at least hopefully not while I'm here. But no, it's just the core of what we do. It's the foundation of the work. It must be integrated. It must be all the time. And so when we started some of those initiatives, it was something, I guess you could say, a little new. So we put additional in there, but really now it really has to be like English and mathematics.
Okay, Michelle?
I don't really have a whole lot of like specific things to share. I'm just excited to jump into, I think, these 3 questions. I really liked them. And like in regards to that, one of the questions I'd asked in packet was the last one, that how do we determine when a school focus is successful? And I had sent a follow-up just with that, right? So my follow-up was, what are our success indicators? Well, I guess I'll read what the response was. So it was, we're now using a different definition of success. That is, we consider a school successful if it is meeting its community's needs. And that could be through a school-wide focus, a program of choice, or its basic responsiveness as a neighborhood school. So that was I love that answer from staff. But then the follow-up question is, what are our success indicators in regards to meeting the school community needs? So I'm just excited to jump into those questions, and then that's kind of a specific kind of question, a more specific question to the number 3 question.
And while I can't say we have like a program choice or a school of focus indicator that we're using, I think as a part of this process, especially as we're fine tuning some and we're potentially rolling out new ones, what we will be aligning it very closely to is a part of our strategic planning process. One of the things we look at is our metrics, our indicators, and our adult behaviors. Like, what are the things that we're doing to ensure that the outcomes and the goals that we're seeking are actually happening? So that will definitely be integrated into the processes as we move forward.
Yeah, and my brain was thinking about because this was in my head this week, as you were going through them and getting one read it earlier this week, going through each one, my brain kind of started thinking through what could be some success indicators for Vargas with the science stuff, right? Or what could be some indicators with San Miguel? I was thinking about connecting with Juntos, something connected to high schooler, right? So yeah, I know it's not gonna happen tonight, the specific indicators, but just that conversation of, as we're doing this, right, prioritizing that space of, right, because we wanna be successful, how do we know if we're being successful, right? So I'm just excited about that. And then I'm also, I think it was kind of a question that Peggy asked too, but I think, and again, it might not be fully answered tonight because we're kind of diving into this new space of focus areas, programs of choice, what it all is gonna look like. And so, right, knowing, kind of fleshing that out, right? And I know it's not necessarily happening tonight, but just what are those differences? What does that look like? What does it mean, resources wise or other things when it's a program of choice or a focus area? Or maybe it's all the same, but just figuring that stuff out in the coming months.
I have so many thoughts about this, so many, and I'm just struggling to articulate which one of them is the most important for me. I just switched my son this year from Lakewood, which is, a school focus, has a school focus, to Fairwood, which has a program of choice, and it's a very different experience. I can't articulate the whole thing. One thing that did stand out to me in the presentation is that the stuff under the Lakewood slide is very community school focused, and I question why we still have the Tech EQ label on that school. It doesn't seem like it truly is a school focus at this point. It seems like the school is moving towards the community school model and less so towards the Tech EQ. Let's see. I would be curious about the current draw for each of them.
I'm sorry, Ms. Reed. Would you like a response to that, or you just want me to write that question down at this point? Because I do have a response.
If you have responses.
Okay. So the emphasis of that community school did come from the community, and if we think about the time when Lakewood became the Tech EQ, we were at a different place from a technological standpoint as a school district. And so they were leading the way. And that was an initiative. And so they don't necessarily want to get rid of that. Maybe if we need to rename, rebrand, we'll get to that and talk about it. But they do want to infuse that into that. So it's not like we want that to go away. It's just that the emphasis around the work that we're doing is around that community and engagement. And so getting that grounded, the goal is to continue to look at that. Is that the right combination? Does something need to happen? But they definitely do not, at this point, necessarily want that to go away. But we may need to rebrand name of something that maybe interconnects it in a different way. But that's kind of where they are. It's not that they have left that. Some of those things that they were doing then, they're still doing and doing better. But the emphasis is trying to bring the community in to expand some of those concepts.
As a Lakewood parent, we only call ourselves the Tech EQ school when the technology acts up. It's the PowerPoint's not working. It's with the tech school, sort of thing. This isn't super urgent, but I would be curious as to the enrollment numbers for this year, the people who are enrolling into Juntos and into Fairwood Explorer. I think that Fairwood Explorer is down in enrollment, and I'm curious as to how many people are going to the school because of the program?
Yeah, so we're crunching those numbers now. We tend to bring that as part of the enrollment presentation. So yes, I've already noted that piece, and we'll make sure we highlight that metric when it comes to it.
Okay, thank you. And I'll wait for the discussion with us, thank you.
Okay, so a couple of things. I just wanna say that this meeting should probably be 2 hours. And it should probably be, or maybe like its own meeting, like this portion of it, because I feel like we have lots of questions about data. We've had other presentations, like on the Juntos program in the past, like where we've gone through and we've looked at the Juntos versus the neighborhood programs and the performance of the students, and we have lots of measurable things that we could discuss that might be part of the conversation for whether or not like San Miguel, for instance, would ever become a Juntos only school. For a couple of things I wanted to say for Fairwood, we talked about it in packet review. I mentioned it in my questions. In my questions, it was more of a question. My thought is that for Fairwood's program description, I'm really concerned that it's focusing on what the parents do, that it's a parent participation school. Because when I look through the other answers, not even from my question, but from other people's questions about Fairwood, it was like they do each classroom does 3 project-based learning projects per year on average. That's extraordinary. That is a lot of project-based learning to do. They go on 1 field trip a month. That's extraordinary. So these are hands-on, different kinds of experiences, different ways of delivering our curriculum that we're offering at Fairwood. And it's just not described in saying it's a parent participation, and through the parent participation, they get to do all this cool stuff. So I would like to see that flipped personally and see what the board thinks on that. And then the other thing is about Bishop. You know, we as board members have gone on like lots of different excursions and attended conferences about just how fantastic performing arts schools are and integrating the arts. And there's so many different models and ways to do that, and I would love to, I'm really hoping that, because I really do believe that Fairwood is a project-based learning school and hands-on learning school, I would really hope that with their auditorium, and just because of the family engagement and because of all the great things that music does for your brain and the opportunities it would offer kids in general, I would love that if we had a performing arts school or a school for the arts. And then my very last thing I want to say is I just feel like with Vargas, the Simply Science as a carryover for this year is a great idea, but I think Catherine Armstrong only had 1 year of that position that was the assistant, or like the partial position where it was someone who was a teacher who was the science teacher for the school and did all the prep and did all that stuff. And I think that's what Simply Science is doing. And I've heard that from Sherry Chase that they actually, having that program actually encouraged the teachers to kind of shame them into doing more experiments themselves in their own room. So it got the kids excited, it got the teachers seeing that they could do it. And so then when they went to the lab, the kids were actually getting like multiple doses of science experience. So I think that that's great. But I think to say things like, gardens grow at inconvenient times of year, like, I think all we need to do is build the infrastructure, and, if we would agree to something, there's funding resources out there that, like the Ed Foundation and other people can apply for, but they can only apply for it if the district buys in. So I'm really hoping that this meeting leads to some concrete commitment from the board to support these programs in ways, like in financial ways, and allowing innovation and experimentation within programs that have already been established, and to kind of pick them up a little bit. Because I don't think it's really fair to say that Vargas is kind of lagging in the science areas, because it's just been
kind of underfunded. We can't have the teachers try to do everything. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you. And yes, we could expand this conversation as much as we need to. So some of my general comments, some of them I put them on package review. Well, we are all in open enrollment, so in a way, as I understand, people can move from one school to another, and we don't have any impacted school right now, do we?
We do, we consider Ellis, Cherry Chase, Cumberland, and Sunnyvale Middle to have, I think we worded extremely limited space. The reason for that, as you discussed, is that we're not trying to move students around, so we're just trying to make sure that it's a robust program, but there's still choice. This was a change about 3 years ago when we opened up the rest of the schools. Prior to that, Cherry Chase, Cumberland, and SMS were not even on the list. But with the declining enrollment, we have started to open that up.
Okay, so I like I mean, if I'm gonna go backwards, this was my last commentary, but the one about how or when a school of focus is successful or when we are really successful, I don't think this is it would be the only reason, but it would be like each of our schools are so wonderful and are special that if a parent, like each of them will have the possibility of people coming, like if a parent put more weight on art or on science or on language, they will be able to move and all of them will be the best choice ever for that particular family. So that all of them will be on a high standard, high quality that we all wanted to have for our kids. So other than the open enrollment, I am really looking forward to retake this year the focus of science, and hopefully we can give enough funds for science for Vargas and yes, commit to that program. It is, I mean, we're in Silicon Valley. This is a spectacular opportunity, and there are so many amazing things where, you know, my kids have been, I've been part of every museum in the Bay Area. I've been extremely busy just trying to make kids around from one adventure to the next one. Those are the kind of things that we want for every kid. And there are so many possibilities, as Courtney was saying, so many state, county parks around with amazing programs for learning, and it shouldn't be impossible for us to figure it out how to do it. And you know, we have such an amazing curriculum already, amazing staff, very smart people who have come up with all these programs that we already have. I bet that we can do something amazing there. I love, well, we've been talking about this, I think, since I came, and it wasn't already a new idea, but yeah, I do love the idea of performing arts. We all have heard over and over what art do for the brain, what music do for the brain, how we can have real scientists and mathematicians if they are creative enough, and the way to, you know, moving the muscles of creativity are, of course, very good when we involve science, arts from the beginning. And there are so many programs close by that we can go and explore, and I think the school have been telling us, and the people from the school have been telling us for a while that they want that, and people in the community. And I think this is an amazing opportunity if we are focusing on having this, school of choice or focus or whatever we call it. It's too bad that the national meaning of schooling, school of choice, is different than the one we should. But still, it's great that people have a choice to work with the public education system. And yeah, when I saw the description of Fairwood, I remember like every time, like a lot of times we get told rule in the board that we are not to talk about the how, but about the why and what. And I think Fairwood is, the why and what is not the parent participation, as it is described, is the Explorer program, and it's the hands-on learning. My kids went to Fairwood, and when I explained to everybody what Fairwood was, I was explaining to them that it was a school full of adventure, where the kids learn through the adventure and joy of learning, which is part of our strategic plan, the joy of learning, the adventure. They learn while doing. And why? Well, the how is the parents, because we have extra adults in the room that can help the teacher make it happen, otherwise it will be extremely difficult. We have project-based learning, which were very, long weeks projects that came to fruition after, with some exposition or after experimentation. We have hands-on learning with all the amazing programs that we had. We had, because the how, that was the parent participation, we had things like the passport program, for example, that we did with Miss Price in first grade, where for about 7 or 8 weeks, each parent took 1 week, the last half an hour of every day during a week, and did a passport to a different country. And because we have diversity, we went to 8 countries, and one day was food, the other day was dancing, the other day was whatever. That happened because we have the parents, and that was an experience. Or we have the parent who worked at Lockheed Martin and did rocket science, and then we did rockets in the classroom. That happened because of the parents. But this is more about learning, and because it's more about the experience of learning and the joy of learning and all the amazing things that we did, and how we did it because we had the extra volunteers in the classroom. But it's not the center. The center was going to Big Basin, going to one field trip every week, going to, every month, going to all this stuff that were happening because of the how, like we were able to do it. But I feel like it was, I would love for this to keep happening forever. Like we actually have these amazing adventures where the kids are, having one adventure after another, doing like Bridget did was like a theater museum that the kids were.
Living museum.
The living museum, that's another project-based learning, hands-on museum. Like they were acting whatever person for the 1 full month, and then they did a full exposition and dressed up as the historic character, and that's amazing. I mean, my kids still remember that, and they will always remember that. I will always remember that. I have thousands of photos of them dressed as this person, and with them, and that's the kind of the kind of dream childhood that we want for every kid in our district. Dancing danza folklorica, having science, doing rockets, doing amazing adventures, and really enjoying and being A+ in everything they do. Whatever it is that the parents want to have. And I think that will be, a measure of success. Like people really are, not moving physically, but choosing like, oh, I would love my kids to be, an actor or a musician, and I will go, even though I live in this other corner of the town, I will drive to Bishop every day because I think it's amazing that they have a symphonic orchestra or something like that. And that happened with everything. Oh, I want my kids to do field trips, or I want my kids to learn Spanish or whatever. That will be, that the schools are so good that they are a driver of the community. And everything is an adventure. And I think that's pretty much what we want. And yeah, with that, we can start the discussion.
So we're at 7:15 essentially.
Everybody
took that.
Yeah, but let's keep moving.
So
let's keep the.
I think we could discuss one of the questions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think number 2 is a good question, but I think because we have a strategic plan vision, we can make those connections as programs but I'm more concerned about the overarching goal for developing a focus, because that's gonna give us direction of where we need to go next.
I agree.
So that's where I would like to spend time. And one of my overarching goals for the process of developing a focus is in design thinking. You have to begin with the end in mind. So from my experience, if you don't consider where this child is going to be going in high school, because we're only concerned with this, or even middle school, how are these transitions going to be translated with this idea of passion or concept as they grow through the system? So that to me is like an overarching goal to help define this. If we're engaging the community, they want to know what an outcome might be. So we need to start with intention and plan. How is this going to impact our middle schools?
Well, I love that idea, Nancy, because I love the, for example, Bishop students go to CMS. CMS has a robust music program. We've just increased it. I think they went up by another 100 students or something because of the additional funding, right? So I think that, maybe there will be other other kinds of electives or other integrations of whatever model they use at CMS, but I think, and they have a pretty awesome art exhibit every spring, right? Like the art teacher is, they take over the entire library and quad and everything. So, I mean, I think that for those schools, I think Juntos, we saw that the articulation to middle school was a little bumpy the first year, and then the articulation into high school was a little bumpy the first year. But I mean, that was the first program where we're going forward, right? And right now the high schools come and recruit from the middle schools for music kids, right? So to give more kids an opportunity to be there would be better. I actually think one of the overarching goals should be since it's no longer a geographic move, I think should be to actually bring more opportunity to kids who might not otherwise have those art and music classes and theater, or their parents aren't taking them to the museum every week. I think that would be a really great part of the goal. So for example, I talked to a Cherry Chase mom and she's like, we should just make Cherry Chase a school for the arts. Let's do it. And I was like, hey, I don't think that's really necessary here. And I was articulating in my mind, because Bishop has this community where it would just be so engaging for bringing all the parents in. You could do so many different things with culture and the arts and opportunity, right? So, not that Cherry Chase can't have, and they already have a bunch of music and after school programs there, so.
So what I think I'm hearing is we want to support Bishop in next steps. We want to support Vargas in further developing or continuing their science program and making it stronger. And then that for me leaves up in the air what Lakewood is doing. Because if we have these really strong programs of choice at every other school, then this is something Peggy was saying, but when you have that draw for children and for parents to go to other schools, what ends up at your other schools is everyone who's left. And if you have everyone who's left at Lakewood, which is building a community school that's going to have wraparound services, is that what we want? Maybe that's the best place for them, but is that what we want?
So my tag is a community school is a philosophy, once again. It's where they're beginning, but that doesn't.
Do we want Lakewood to have a draw? Do we want it to have a draw? Should it have a draw? If the other schools have a draw, should it also? Yeah. What?
I was saying, I think that's interesting.
I guess I would, just my opinion, right? I guess I would say draw number one is serve your immediate community.
Right, and I think the community school model does that very well.
Yeah, so that's job one. That's job one at actually any of our schools, right? Most, again, this is my this is what I think is true, others might disagree. I think most families would prefer that their neighborhood school met their needs.
Mhm.
Well, actually, that's not that controversial.
Right.
So, and part of this, the reason we are where we are right now is because we had this trajectory at all of these schools, and then it was interrupted by COVID, right? So what's exciting is that we're finally at a spot where schools, communities, principals, staffs feel like, yeah, we're ready for the next step.
I think Lakewood,
yeah.
Lakewood was offered the Mandarin program at one point.
Oh, I was
and,
there.
You know, they rejected that idea.
And it's interesting, the reason, and again, I was there. The reason they said that was like, that's wonderful, we're not against a language program. If there was gonna be a language program, we would not choose for it to be Mandarin, that doesn't serve our immediate community's needs. And it gets back to that same philosophy, which is another challenge that as a district, like we kind of focused with that at that time, what if there's a district need and it doesn't quite fit someplace? Right. I'll stop, it's your discussion.
Because Ellis also has said, like, you know, the previous leaders at Ellis have said, we're not a program of choice or anything like that. We're just a regular neighborhood school.
Yeah.
You know, and like
Be proud of it.
really proud of that. Like
Yeah.
that's our neighborhood school. And I think the community school model is actually like the neighborhood school model, but like pumped up even more, like more supportive. So I don't think, you know, I mean, I understand what you're saying, because it sounds like you're saying like, we don't want it to be, we're not being aspirational enough for Lakewood,
No,
right?
I mean, there's that, but also as a Lakewood parent, I am constantly aware that the PTA struggles because parents with money and time have sent their kids to Fairwood or San Miguel. Like that's the parent community, their struggles. It's hard because the people who opt into Lakewood aren't drawn there usually by Tech EQ. They're drawn there because they're in the neighborhood and they like the school, but that often means that they don't have time to participate in the same way as Fairwood parents. And so it's a big lift to do fairly basic things that other schools are able to do very easily.
That's really Peggy was saying.
Exactly, yeah, it is exactly what Peggy was saying.
Can I interject something here as you're in your discussion, which I think is very important and something we're working on and have been as a district, which is why we've been emphasizing parent engagement. We really don't want to emphasize that PTA is the only way that our families can show engagement. Where we really want them showing engagement is with their own children, to be very honest. And so our cultivation is around giving them tools, resources that they need to reduce stresses. And that's not just at Lakewood, but that's throughout our district, so that they can focus on being the best parent that they can be for their children. PTA is great, PTOs are great, all that is great, but that does not fit every family dynamic for multiple reasons, you know, aging parents at home, whatever the case might be. So we're more around the parent engagement aspect and defining that campus to campus, situation by situation. And we see that as our responsibility to cultivate that. And that is why Lakewood is emphasizing community school, because it's up to us to figure out what are those resources that are needed and how do we bring them to Lakewood so that the families and students are getting not only what they need, but trying to add as many bells and whistles as we possibly can.
Thought about PTAs because I sort of think that PTAs fill in a big gap for school campuses, like, you know, even in terms of like funding the stuff that the school district isn't buying, you know, whether it's supplies or, you know, field trips or things like that. Like, I mean, they do fill in a lot of gaps. And so I think that it's that opportunity piece of it, like it's not just the, you know, getting a walkathon going or getting a fall festival going, but it's kind of those other things that just are supporting the whole thing. So I appreciate that there are many different ways people can be involved, and even volunteering in the classrooms is something everybody can do. But you know, I do understand your point, and you know, maybe that's something for, I mean, like, for me, I wouldn't wanna put something upon Lakewood, like, you're gonna do community school and you're also gonna do this, because we want you to have a draw, like, I think that was something where maybe.
I think I would like to see Lakewood either commit to Tech EQ or not. That's my perspective. I think that one of the big things that PTA funding helps other schools do is field trips. Like my son went on one field trip last year at Lakewood. They just didn't have the funding for buses for that to happen frequently. And that's something that, you know, as a district, we want kids to be able to do, that we want them to have those opportunities. And yes, that people can participate in different ways, but 2 years ago, Lakewood raised less than 300K as a PTA. And that's, sorry, less than 3K as a PTA.
I was like to say, wow.
Whoa, that's not, that would be amazing, no. Like, sorry, whoa, I got that distracted, okay?
Yes,
But,
It was less.
It was less, yeah, it was a lot less. So I feel like, I don't feel like it's fair to ask staff to step in or the district to step in to fill in those gaps that other schools are able to cover through robust PTA funding. Even the foundation, like there is room in our equity model for PTA funding, but the foundation can't make up that gap either. There's just a loss there that is hard to make up.
I think that my understanding is that Lakewood is taking the time to fully embrace community school, but they will sooner or later come back to
Get
tech.
to the next.
Get back to
the
tech.
next question.
And I think I love Carly, and I think one of her superpowers is grant funding, and especially finding grant funding for community school, and she's working so hard at that right now. But I guess is that where we want to go? And I hope that we're aware of potential downstream effects of that.
I think the community idea is very good for Lakewood, and I think you're right that it's just starting, but it could be the tech that will be very, very good for the area of Silicon Valley. But also, you know, last year or right after pandemic, we were discussing again the language programs. And one of the things that came, was that, you know, like we were too small to start from scratch another language, like do we put Spanish also there at Lakewood, and then we have 2 programs, or if we can put one fully school. So there was a discussion about doing it through language, and I think at that moment we came back to, well, it requires a lot of focus to make it work right now as a community college, as a community school to start with. And once we get there, then we can talk about refining what it means to be part of Lakewood, if it's tech or not. And
Shoot, if they wanna let go of Tech EQ for now, they can. I mean, there's no penalty if it's too much to hang on to. It doesn't mean they can't do something else later.
And I guess the leader in me was, the name was there, but the program wasn't the same, it wasn't robust. And I think there'll be a natural evolution to this, and I want to be additive, not subtractive. If they don't see it's a problem, just continue on if it's, and as I said, once the students' needs are met through the community, and families are met through the community school, then they'll have the ability to focus on where they want to go next.
We have a high number of making mentor kids at Lakewood.
And it could be a study next year after they feel that they have reached the point of community school, like making another exploration maybe there. What is it that they want to be about, if they want to have something extra?
I want to also integrate community school is not a school where there's problems. I'm hearing some themes in our conversation that may give that impression. So I want to be sure for anyone who's listening, that is not the case. It's actually strengthening and enhancing the assets that come within that community. So I just wanted to reemphasize that. So it's not a negative by any means. That's why we did choose it. And it comes with exceptional benefits, and those who do it well, it is a draw. So, and that's not our goal for doing it, but it is also a draw when you do it well. So I just wanted to reiterate that as well.
Yes.
So I know we're over time, so it's maybe not a discussion for tonight, but maybe as we dive farther in, I would love to get the staff's opinion on that first question, like what is the overarching goal? Because I'm sure staff has had lots of conversations in cabinet and they go out to the team. So I just would be, again, probably we don't have time right now, unless we want to take longer right now, but I would really love to get staff's perspective on that first question at some point as we're moving forward in this space.
And I would also really like, as far as the, sharing of practices between schools. The idea of the Juntos program, the last time we got data on it, the data for the testing was that students in the Juntos program were performing on average less or just at below grade level until they got to fourth grade. And then when they got to third or fourth grade, then all of a sudden they're proficient and above, and it was far higher than the neighborhood program, which is now down to one class per grade level, which is where Fairwood was at when they pulled the plug and they said, we're gonna pull the Band-Aid off this thing and we're gonna go whole school. And because you get that same one class, you don't get to mix classes with other students, there's a behavior issue, we don't get along, we're gonna be around from kindergarten to fifth grade forever, as long as we're at that school. So there's no opportunity to even just deal with issues by changing that. So there's that issue. And then the other issue is, what about if Juntos as a program could we have a Spanish speaking satellites like kindergartens or other strains at other schools? I mean, I don't know if space is a huge issue, but the program is so successful in terms of test scores and outcomes. What is our opportunity, or is there an availability of expanding that, even in a satellite form, where it just takes on as a hub instead of just a single site? So that's my follow-up question.
So I think that maybe we could. I think maybe we could come back in a few months before the end of this year to know what is the status, if there is with the exploration for Bishop, and with the, maybe we can, we're gonna at least give it a year to see how the new program put on in the science school is working out, and see how we expand on that. But maybe we could have a second part sometime during the year to see how we're going with the new possibly school of choice, and what are the plans, what is the how now. If we finalize a why and what, then how are we gonna implement it?
And what's the dream wish list from the schools? If Vargas just said hey, we can get you grants, we can get you stuff, what is their vision of what it would be? Because we all think different things. Even Courtney's calling in with a robotics lab. I mean, oh, that sounds really cool. But what are they thinking at the site? Now they're thinking about robotics labs.
Yeah, because then after they do they feel that they are fully committed to the community school, maybe they can start doing the exploration that Bishop is doing now.
Okay. I want to give a quick plug to myself. I got this really cool pollinator garden grant at Lakewood for our pollinator garden that I want to implement. So if you want to come and help me pull weeds, I need to get those weeds out of the ground so I can plant a pollinator garden at Lakewood. I need to pick up the plants on October 23rd, so I need to clear a whole ton of weeds before then. So as part of the community school, I I kind of want to see plants, like food plants. Like last year I made a big effort to like grow tomatoes in a culturally responsive garden so that kids know where their food is coming from and what it looks like. Because asparagus looks really weird growing out of the ground. Like you buy it in a bundle, but it actually grows in like a spear like this. And so I personally need help with that at Lakewood. And so just like as, you know, a gardening person, if we are going to commit to supporting Lakewood in this community school model, I'm just gonna say that I need help in the garden.
Okay, and that could be also part of your comments, board comments.
Absolutely. One more thing,
So-
as I knock on doors in Lakewood, what people tell me that they want to see, like, because I say like, I'm on the school board, I hear either another Spanish immersion, just like from the neighborhood, right? Or Tagalog. Those are the Tagalog, the Filipino language.
Tagalog.
Yeah, and so I looked into that a little bit, there's not really a robust Tagalog curriculum, but that's what generally I've heard. Okay,
Thank you, and with that, so we're gonna have a little break as we normally do after the study session. Is 7:36. We are gonna try to restart at 7:45. So for those online, be back in 10 minutes. And thank you. So that we'll have in a break. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
By dancing?
I'm not doing that either.
No?
That's my thoughts.
I don't know.
Will you pilot it? Yes, yeah. Don't take.
45.
We should have your criteria.
And with that, 7:45, we're gonna start. And with that, we're gonna start moving to item number, let's see, 4, comment from the board and superintendent. And as usual, we're gonna start all the way down with Nancy.
Okay.
Down the lane.
It's a busy time, and things are starting back. It was exciting to be looking into the challenge team today.
Mike.
Oh, sorry, I'm just gonna close it. It was exciting to listen in and hear activities of the different school districts at challenge team today. I'm looking forward to getting some more exercise in the next couple of weeks, doing block walks for Measure Y and Measure E, and for some individual candidates. Thank you very much.
Since it's so late, I'm gonna pass.
We're gonna be talking about special months later in the meeting agenda, but I did want to talk about this real quick. It's LGBTQ History Month in October, and I wanted to tell a short anecdote about that, which was that when my son was in TK, he really liked unicorns. He really liked unicorns, and he really liked the color teal, and it's really difficult to find boys' clothing that have unicorns in the color teal, so he got this dress. It was a cute little unicorn dress that was teal and had unicorns on it, and it was his dress, and he loved it. And one day he wanted to wear it to school. And I texted his teacher and I said, oh my God, my son's gonna wear the dress to school today. And she just texted me back, it's okay, I am too. And I just loved how chill she was about it. It was just like, yeah, sure, of course he's wearing a dress, I wear a dress. And I love that our teachers are like that, you know, that they can just kind of roll with a kid who's gonna be wearing a dress that day in school. There are places where that is not necessarily the case, and I'm glad that Sunnyvale is one of the places where he could do that. He is a cisgender child, he just really liked that dress, and it was just that one dress. It was just that one dress. He outgrew it, and then I got in the next size, but then he wasn't interested in unicorns anymore. There was a study that came out in Nature today that said that states that pass bills targeted at trans youths have seen suicide rates for these teens grow as much as 72%. And so it's so important to me that we are a district that supports these children. Thank you.
Okay, oops. I sent in my activities. I just wanted to remind everyone that there's a block walk for Measure Y at either Cherry Chase or CMS on Saturday at 9. And then for my fellow trustees, the SCCSBA Ledge Action Survey is out for your legislative priorities. You're not responding on behalf of the board, it's just your own personal perspective. And in the minutes, you'll see some other notes for SCCSBA activities, Teacher of the Year, fall dinner registration's open now, and the association meeting. And then also something really exciting is CMS and SMS are the music programs. The bands are gonna play together, not just in Anaheim, but they're gonna have a performance, it looks like at the Sunnyvale Community Theater. So on Tuesday, May 20th, 6 p.m., the bands and orchestras will play. And then on Wednesday, the 21st, 6 p.m. It'll be like choir and the other groups. So save the date for May 20th or 21st. And we'll be free to our families. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, with that, locally and the town, yes, I wanted to remind about this Saturday block walk to everybody, where we're gonna be supporting our teachers and our wonderful staff that is gonna be doing everything we talk today and every day, everywhere. We're gonna be on Cherry Chase and CMS from 9 a.m. Waiting for our community to show up and so we can spread the information all around town about what Measure Y is. County-wise, next week we're gonna start, the Hoffman are gonna be publicized and the next year for the Hoffman Awards is coming, so I hope that we can show off every wonderful thing we do. Yes, it's very important to fill up the survey for Legislation Act Still Committee, so we know what is important for us to talk to our senators and our legislators. State-wise, I hope everybody goes to our luncheon for California Latina School Board Association in the AEC, and
We're all signed up.
Huh?
We're all signed up.
Well, signed up, perfect. Yes, and then later we have something also coming statewide related with Delegate Assembly and CSBA. And yeah, it's funny because just today, after I pick up my son, we normally go out for a coffee and we were talking about that and how he was telling me that even here, he feels that some of his friends have suffer central bullying and discrimination because of their gender identity. And I was telling him like, well, but how do you feel about Sunnyvale School District? Because I feel that we are doing pretty well. Like, even though they do have the flags and we still don't, we are fixing that. But he was telling me that no, even at Homestead and even at Fremont High School, even in Homestead is doing better, but that they feel their friends feel some discrimination in the area because, well, actually, two of the friends in his 5-people band have non-conforming gender identities in his rock band. And he was telling me that they do feel somehow bullied or discriminated. So interesting. Other than that, well, no, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, just two quick things. One, I just had to mention, super exciting. This week we kicked off the partnership with Foothill College where they're offering, I think it's called ESL, not ELD, ESL classes for our families. Right here in this boardroom, sold out, absolutely full. Also absolutely over full was McKinley, where we had 21 kids. That was fun. They were good. The kids were great, but 21 kids in McKinley for childcare was tight. So 2 nights we had it this week. It's obviously just going to be a really successful program. It's just the first step. We're going to look at it and evaluate it and see what we might do in the future. It all, a lot of it depends on Foothill because it's really their program and we're partnering with them. That was super exciting just to see all those families here. And we know that, and it's the very beginners. So that's how we had to distinguish it. So our outreach assistant called the families and said, do you have a little bit of English? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry, this isn't the program for you. So it was like very beginners, so that's exciting. The second thing is, as you saw in the weekend update, we need to add a December meeting, sometime December 13th or later. We have our regular board meeting on December 12th, and the next week is the last week, so that's super uncomfortable. So what it's kind of leaning towards is likely a meeting December 13th, either at like noon or 4. where all it would be the organizational meeting. So the 12th would be, Thursday the 12th would be Nancy's last meeting. The 13th would be Peggy's first meeting, and the 13th would be where we, voted on the organization, the different committees and stuff like that. So
Does it have to be evening or afternoon, or could it be a morning meeting like we do with the other ones, or is that
it
just
really
too hard?
should be a meeting. The definition of a regular meeting, it needs to be a regular meeting, is one that's accessible to the public. So
Okay.
that's kind of the challenge there. So ideally it would be at 6 o'clock. Like our normals. So anything different from that is like the farther you get from that is a stretch. So,
Sure. Okay.
Whatever we do, I want to make it fun, because why not, right? It's an extra meeting, and we can celebrate a new member and a longtime serving member.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yes. Okay.
So Peggy isn't sworn in until that date?
Correct,
Just clarify.
the 13th.
Okay, okay.
Okay, with that, there was a law that said like it needs to be
complicated.
2 weeks after, but not before the 15th, something like that.
Yeah, but then the 13th
Small
counts.
window.
Yeah.
2 or 3 days. Yeah. Okay, so with that, we move to the next item in the agenda, which is number 5, comments from the Sunnyvale Education Association. If there's any member here or online, I don't see anyone here, but online that wish to speak from this body. Okay, seeing none, then we move to the next item, comments from the California School Employees Association. If there is any member of this body who wants to speak now. Okay, seeing none, we move to the next item, which is comments from the public. I already have 2 cards, and if there is any, this is the moment to put them in. This portion of the agenda provides an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the governing board on any item of interest to the public. However, provisions from the Brown Act, Government Code 54954.2a and .3 preclude any action being taken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. Time limits allocated for public testimony are 3 minutes per person and about 20 minutes per public comment. Speakers are asked to give their name and affiliation so that an accurate record is reflected in the minutes. And still we do have, although we don't put it anymore because we are a great community, but we do have some sort of civility rules that need to be followed, and thank you. With that, if there is one member online, okay, so we're gonna start with the people in person. We have 2 in person. We're gonna start with Peggy Shenbruster.
Hello, everybody. I am here in 2 capacities, and this feels very deja vu of like earlier this year. But first of all, Measure Y, we have our block walk on Saturday. Please come out to either CMS or Cherry Chase. You can go to supportsunnyvaleschools.org. There is a place to RSVP there. We really need community support here. This requires 2/3 vote to pass. That's a much higher threshold than before. So let's get the community out, get the word out, get a button, and please join us on Saturday to distribute flyers for Measure Y. Okay, secondly, I am here as the Vice President of the Sunnyvale Education Foundation, and I am pleased to present the first of what will be many checks to the district. We are presenting a check for $18,000. These are first 2 school grants. They're actually both for starting arts musicals. So $6,000 of Vargas is a partial grant will be spent to produce Alice in Wonderland, as well as $10,000. All of San Miguel's grant money has been chosen and approved to be used for Alice in Wonderland again. So we'll be having that 2 times in the district. I am very excited to have this continued partnership with the district. We are doing great. We are fundraising and strong, and we have a new board member that I would like to introduce, and she can continue her comments as well. So this is Gita Golakata. Thank you so much. She's a board member at large. she is a very instrumental part of our fundraising committee, and we're all very committed to equity and to supporting the district's programs. So thank you very much. There is one more check to present, and then may I request a picture, please, so we can raise more money after.
Okay, and with that, we have our next speaker is Gita Golikota. Please, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk today. I'm excited to be joining the board of Sunnyvale Education Foundation. We are very proud of the partnership with the Sunnyvale School District and sharing and supporting the goals that we have similarities with. And some of the programs that Sunnyvale Education Foundation funded, for example, Danza Folklorica and Peer Connect, have been expanding to the community. Like you saw Danza Folklorica being displayed at the State of the City, giving it a very wonderful feel to the community as a whole, representing us as Sunnyvale. And we've also seen some Danza Folklorica coming to Alice at the International Night, really fabulous. We are excited that the startup grants that Sunnyvale Education Foundation provided is expanding. And one of the other programs that we have seen expanding is the Peer Connect program that was initiated initially at SMS. We are grateful for the partnership from the district for being able to do that. It was a fantastic program. I just pulled up the definition of a friend as those who offer support, improve your quality of life, promote self-confidence, provide honesty and unconditional love, and help you progress mentally. And some of the children that this Peer Connect program supports is our kids who struggle in these areas, and they need that kind of friend. And this Peer Connect program is providing that kind of opportunity to make friends. And now we are excited to extend this program to Columbia Middle School. So we also have a check for that, and we would like to present it to you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And before, what do we do it before or after? Okay, let's do the last person online. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes for comments. Start with your name and affiliation. Oh, of course, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I guess it's me. So, okay, so I'm Courtney Jansen. Again, I have a very short comment, which is that this weekend we are working on replacing the kindergarten beds at San Miguel. If you are looking for a way to get your hands dirty, literally, we would love to have you join us. We will start Saturday, probably around 9 a.m. and go until 4. So after you do your measure wide walk, we would love to have you by. The kinder gates will be open. So if you have time and interest, please come join us. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And now we're gonna take a couple of minutes to receive the check and take a photo.
It's not a giant check, so do you want to?
We're going to get a giant check, we think. But it's, we just have these. They're $35. We just do this, right?
A big, I know, but we have a dry erase one.
I can take it out on your phone.
I know, we've been talking about it. Would you like to hold this or?
Come inside or like? Yeah. Come right up. Yeah. Is it okay? Yeah, just sneak on in. You're good. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. And then one more. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Got it.
You see
Thank
that?
you.
School paparazzi.
Yeah. Make sure it's okay. And I'll text you. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I think we got him a little bit maybe in the other picture we got. It showed up on your, I got this one too. I can send.
Okay,
I can
yes.
send both of you.
Please.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. It looked good on the screen.
And this copy is
Oh.
for you. I'm sorry.
Oh, great.
Okay, it's
I will
okay.
look through
Yeah, thank you so much.
Perfect. And with that, we move to consent agenda items. Thank you very much. consent agenda items, so do we have, we start with comments from the public, if there is anyone in the public who wishes to speak about the consent agenda items, this is the moment. Seeing none, we move forward. Do we have any motion to approve the consent agenda items as they are right now?
I move to approve the consent agenda items as listed.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, if everybody is okay, please say aye. Aye. With that, we approve the consent agenda and we move to item number 9, presentations. We have a presentation of staffing and hiring update. Please, Jeremy Nashkara is here to tell us more about it. Thank you for coming. Well, thank you for presenting to us, you're always here.
That is correct. Good evening, board, audience members. Yes, we're here to present the annual staffing and hiring update. My name is Jeremy Nishihara, as you said, Isabel, and presenting with me tonight is
Mary Beth Almond.
Director of, we're not going to do that. All right, Director of Human Resources. All right. So tonight we'll be running through the very important work that our Human Resources Department does. We kind of view ourselves as talent management, and our daily work is to hire and retain a great staff that basically buys into the strategic plan. Speaking of the strategic plan, our goal alignments this year are the same as the 2 goal areas presented as the rest of the district, and how we're manifesting this is really kind of having our department take a look at what this means from human resources. In addition, then adjusting our onboarding to make sure the strategic plan is prominently displayed, as well as adjusting our questions for management and classified and certificated staff to really align with the strategic plan. So that work is ongoing and just in time as we start to prepare for the 25-26 hiring season. Don't freak out yet, so because we're talking about 24-25.
All right, so I just wanted to show you the faces of the Human Resources Department. So you can keep those in mind as we start to talk about some of the work that we've been doing, but also because we have restructured our department a little bit and tried to make some real focused areas. And one of our new areas of focus where we've dedicated a person to is for leaves and workers' comp, with the intention of trying to be a little bit more proactive and preventative to prevent injury and prevent people from being out for lengths of time. So that's really our focus there. This is a wonderful staff to work with, and keep these faces in mind as we go to the next slide, which is to update you on our hiring season, our 24-25 hiring season snapshot. So from July 1 to last week, we'd hired 48 certificated staff, and that included 3 formerly classified staff that had moved into certificated. We'd hired 71 classified staff, and that included 15 internal promotions. And 4 management staff. And that was just a huge amount of wonderful staff that was hired in a very short amount of time, which required a lot of work on the team's part.
According to Arthur's timer, we're right on time. Thank you, sir. District staffing snapshot. This is just a way of how we kind of view our entire workforce. So individuals are the number of actual humans, and then the FTE represents 8-hour or a full work day. So for example, classified staff, we have 391 individuals filling the equivalent of 340.0625 8-hour shifts. And you can kind of see how the district breaks down, classified, certificated, and management. New names is a separate item. They are considered classified, but unrepresented in our district. All right, and this is a chart that we're excited to bring back. This is feedback that the board provided to us last year, so happy to bring back our district demographics. We wanted to make sure we're comparing against the city of Sunnyvale versus the community that we actually serve, which is the proxy as our students, and then of course our demographics of our staff. So our sources are the 2022 census for the city of Sunnyvale. So you'll notice that the national census doesn't consider Filipino as a standalone subgroup, which we do. And interestingly, the student and the census does not allow decline to state. Our employee SSD demographics are self-identified, and so some of our employees have indicated that they decline to state. So these numbers are here for you to take a look at, and you can kind of see the different makeup in the Asian subgroup, Hispanic and white of the city versus the students that we serve. That's just something I wanted to call out. I do want to caution the board and us is that we're trying not to hit any one particular ratio because this is kind of a three-body problem, to cite a Netflix out of time issue where each of these variables are constantly moving. So it's just something that we're never going to be able to fully align. We are not sponsored by Netflix. All right, and I know the board is also going to say, well, Jeremy, staff is such a broad category. Drill down for me what the classified, certificated, and management demographics are, so you can kind of see that here, and we're kind of better in alignment, as you can tell. And this is just the data we wanted to present to you today.
All right, so our theory of action in terms of our talent acquisition is we have a wide reach, but also we're working more towards targeted and targeting our local communities to make sure that, or to help our community serve our own community, if that makes any sense. So we do go out to job fairs and EdJoin and Frontline, which is our application process, and we look to our volunteers. We also, Eileen Conway, one of our team members, goes out to PTA meetings and recruits from our PTA. We look to our community partners. So we really look locally as well as wide to staff. And then our goal is to kind of encourage those folks to maybe dip a toe into, if they are not quite sure they want to work for the district, start as a substitute, start as a new NAID is one potential entryway. And then we often have folks from our sub pool or our new NAID pool move into some of our classified or certificated positions, or some go directly into classified or certificated positions. We also are providing those pathways for classified staff to move into certificated positions, and we also have had certificated who have moved into classified positions. And then we are creating more pathways for growth to move into management positions. So this is just kind of our overall theory of action for talent acquisition. Professionalizing the profession is a Jeremy term. For what we're really working on, again, providing those pathways, we're really focused on, like I said here, committing to ensuring that public education jobs remain a viable career option. We are really focusing on classified as well and promoting career growth. There are a lot of new grants and opportunities within the county that the county is providing to obtain credentials, to obtain your bachelor's, scholarship opportunities, programs at San Jose State for males of color to go into the teaching profession. And so we're just partnering with these organizations and making sure that these opportunities are made, that our employees are made aware of these opportunities and helping them wherever we can to access these opportunities to promote their career growth. In addition to those opportunities, things like courses. So we'll periodically share links to courses at our local community colleges that could help support their professional career by promoting further education. And then also providing opportunities within our internal organization for upward mobility. So we talked about the Pathways to Teaching program, which offers our classified staff up to $4,000 a year towards tuition in a teacher credential program so that they can get their teaching credential. And we've had folks successfully move through that program and are currently teaching now in that program. So we have also creation of classified lead and classified management positions, or just really trying to build, again, those pathways for upward movement within our classified staff. Effective use of training and feedback to improve practice. So part of what we do is provide the time and space for that. So looking at our calendars, we had all of our we expanded the calendar for most of our classified staff to have them start on the same day that the teachers start so that they can be part of professional development opportunities. And then Teaching and Learning does a great job of providing that targeted professional development for our paras and other classified staff to make sure that we're ready for the first day of school. And then updating and making sure our job descriptions are accurate as these jobs have shifted over time in terms of what we're asking of our staff in order to appropriately serve our students.
I wanted to take a moment to talk about the Classified School Employee Summer Assistance Program. This is born out of, this is actually a state program that CSCA approached us several years ago to participate. And it's essentially free money for classified employees. So that's not on the website, but that's what it actually to translate. And so we were happy to kind of pick this up. And surprisingly, not all districts in the county are participating. So we're happy to offer this in partnership with CSEA to our members. Bottom line is every year that the state decides to fund this, $90 million is basically set aside for this program. It's designed to benefit 10 and 11-month classified employees because they're not employed the entire year. It's designed as a kind of a small annuity that they're able to set some money aside, and then the state will match at a predetermined amount. So what happens is every year there's an application period. They'll take the number of applicants divided by the amount of money that they're going to withhold out of the 90 million, and they come up with the match. So that's why 2 years ago it was 69 cents. Last year it came out to be $1, and then this year we're projected to be at 64 cents. There are some caveats. You can't withhold more than 10% of your salary if you're a 10 and 11-month employee. And there's a income maximum cap of $62,400. So if anyone's listening out there from the state, that does disadvantage some of our employees since we're coming from a higher cost of living area. That is pointed out to me every year because when we put this program forward, several of our employees, because of their advancement on the salary schedule and our increased compensation, actually become ineligible for this, sometimes in the tune of even $100. So they let me know that that's not fair of the $62,400. So, but we continue to put the word out, and as you can see, the participants grow, even though more and more of our employees, as the salary schedule increases, are falling outside the income cap. One other item that we wanted to discuss from last year that we're happy to bring to you is the geographical distribution of our staff. This is not an earthquake seismic chart. That's what it ended up looking like. I apologize for that. Should have ran that by Mary Beth beforehand. But we decided, we kind of divided the Bay Area into these sectors. And so I must have been in some sort of space mood. So Sector 0 is Sunnyvale. Sector 1, 1 to 10 miles is, you can read Cupertino, Los Altos, Mountain View. Sector 2, et cetera, et cetera. And you can kind of see they're getting larger and larger rings as they go out, is because we have luckily fewer and fewer employees living in those outer rings. Knowing what you were going to already ask, we broke it down already by classification. So classified staff, certificated, management, and new nades. Again, new nades is because, again, that's our entry staff, and obviously these are 90-minute positions sometimes, and so there is obviously a strong draw to be close to be in Sector 0. So 97% live, actually 94% of them live in Sunnyvale, and there's 2 individuals that live outside. When you look at this though, small caveat is that we utilize the information we have in our human resources system, but it's mailing address. So there was one individual that says Sacramento. I don't think they commute from Sacramento. They use that as their mailing address. So there might be a little bit of wiggle room, but for the most part, 62% of our classified staff live within 0 to 10 miles. As you can see, 41 of our certificated staff, 26% of our management live in Sector 0 and Sector 1, and 97% of our new nades live in Sector 0 or Sector 1. So we'll continue to watch this. And I know there were some questions about farmer retention and potential housing issues. We are definitely trying to work with partners because regional housing is too big of an issue for Sunnyvale ourselves to solve, but we are definitely trying to think creatively, especially with our work with the West Side Education Alliance as well, or Association Alliance. Alliance, I'm on the board, I should know that, I apologize. But yeah, so again, it is a regional aspect, and we're definitely trying to keep an eye out for different opportunities. And to bring us home, Mary Beth.
So just to go back to those large number of hires that we had and kind of where our recruitment efforts are shifting a little bit. Again, some of the things that we're doing to align to the strategic plan and to our values is to update our job descriptions for outdated and non-inclusive language, and updating our hiring processes. And we're in the process of updating our interview questions, again, to reflect the strategic plan and to make sure that we're asking the questions to get folks that this will be a good fit for. Increasing our neighborhood visibility, and again, really looking at our community to seek folks from our community to serve our community. Maximizing our recruitment fair opportunities. So we used to just go to the Santa Clara Certificated Hiring Fair. We've gone to the Sunnyvale Community Services Fair. We're going to the Classified Fair of the county. We held our own fair here, which we're going to talk a little bit more about. And then also just utilizing or maximizing our opportunities with our partners. So for example, we provide some interview, professional development, or participate in mock interviews with Stanford University Teacher Ed program. And we're partnering with San Jose State this year to help them set up mock interviews for all of their applicants, which is great for the applicants. It also is not a bad recruiting opportunity for us to show ourselves and to identify some talent early on. So Those are some of our recruitment efforts. And just to kind of put a spotlight on one of those efforts is we had our classified hiring fair this past May 30th. And a shout out to Sharmila Velmarugan, who was in our department at that time, who spearheaded this effort. It was a huge success. So again, our recruitment, we really focused locally. We still posted on all our regular areas, but I think we had up to 1,600 views on our Nextdoor, Nova. We contacted our employees and got employee referrals. Sharmila went around to different local retail areas and put up information there just to get the people in the door. We had on-site support. We had a laptop bank to make sure that people could apply on-site and could get assistance to apply on-site. The focus is really on removing barriers to applying and to getting into our system. So this was one of those ways to remove those barriers, was to provide that on-site support and then provide on-site interviews at that time so that we could get them in the door and then hold on to that talent, not let them leave until they had fingerprinted and signed on with us, pending reference checks. The result, our goal, based on our previous attempts, was to get 50 attendees, and we'd be really excited if we had 10 hires. And our actual was we had 65 attendees, and from that, I think because of who we were targeting and making sure that they were good, the questions we were asking, all those kinds of things, we ended up hiring 50 out of the 65 attendees, which when you see our overall hiring numbers from July. So it's a huge success. Again, shout out to Sharmila for spearheading this, and then also to the team for supporting this and then processing all of those hires. So yeah, it was great.
And if you wanted evidence, please look back at the last board meeting. I believe there was a 12-page personnel action report. So there we go. In closing, again, I want to just recognize our partners in the sense that we have continued ongoing conversations. SCA, CSCA, and SCAMP do a great job of representing their members. And again, it just makes our job easier to kind of get a lay of the land and know what's happening out there and how to better meet the needs of our employees. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Before we go to questions from the public, I just want to say thank you for such a wonderful way to easily explain and show all this complicated work. If we have any comments from the community, this is the moment to raise your hand, electronically or real one. Seeing none, then, well, there's nothing to approve. It's a presentation. So with that, do we have any comments from the board?
Love the mind reading. Love it. You've listened to enough of these meetings. I mean, it's like we ask a lot of the similar questions, and it's like, okay, you're like, I knew you were gonna ask this, so that's what that is. Or we heard you ask this a few months ago and we put it in this presentation. So I know you're calling it mind reading, but I just really appreciate that, like the questions that we might have asked several meetings ago, you wrote down, and like this is an appropriate time to have it in front of us and it all fits together. So I do appreciate the follow through and the information. So thank you.
Yeah, it's very clear, and the way how everything smoothly come together, and congratulations, it was a great 50 hires in one day is mind blowing, yes.
Just gonna echo what everyone else said. I really enjoyed the geographic distribution. It was really good to know. And one of my friends was actually hired during that career fair, and she has the cutest job. She's the TK para, and I'm just like, you get to hang out with 4-year-olds all day. That sounds adorable. That's all.
Should we record you for a recruitment video?
I'd just like to, just real quick, I've worked in human resources for a long time, and they just mentioned sort of in passing the numbers that they hired. And Jeremy mentioned in passing the size of the PAO, and like we all appreciated that, but I just wanna like put a pin in that for a second and just think about, so he showed the staff that works on that. It's a tremendous amount of focused work with the vision of, for the teachers, kids are gonna line outside of a door on the first day of school. You open the door, there's a teacher there because of the work that they did. There's a paraeducator there because of the work they did. And I just think about like walking upstairs the last month or so, walking by, I'm just gonna pick on Suzanne Chavez. who does our benefits, and she's amazing, and she's been doing it for a long time. Just her nose to the grindstone, making sure everyone's benefits are done correctly, and it was more people than ever that we've hired, so just a fantastic job.
And we have been talking a lot lately about housing, and so it was very good to see what proportion of our staff is having to commute, so very important.
I think some of those bands, like they're not, like particularly like people who are going over the hill to Santa Cruz or less, like they're going up to Boulder Creek and stuff, like some of those bands, like it's not that far, but it really takes a long time, so I mean, maybe one day we'll get a commute survey or something.
Yeah, we'll apply some route logic for next time.
When you talk about housing, is there any thought to like do a survey about whether our employees would be interested in staff housing or?
Yeah, I think so. The West Side Education Alliance is talking about that. We did one 2 years ago. We actually were able to, as an association, pass that all along to the Josemidians, that group that's working on that development, and it was helpful that the 3 districts had already collaborated on it. We were able to hand some good data over. So yeah, we're discussing that. I think it's time to do that. It's 3 years in. We want to resurvey just to see if housing is a thing, right? Because we don't know if home ownership is with this new generation coming up, if it's as whatever. I don't want to misspeak, but yes, we will definitely be asking that. So.
And if it's not ownership, at least affordable.
Affordable rent, correct.
Good. So if there is nothing else.
Just real fast, everyone said appreciation, but I really especially appreciated the breakdown of demographic, right? Because I think that's one of our areas, right? We want to create more inclusive, welcoming spaces, right? We want staff to look like our students. So I just really appreciate having that there. And I know we're being intentional, right? We have some spaces where it's not gonna happen overnight, but we need to try to get to that more. And so I'm grateful that it's there for all of us to see it.
Yeah, I think the theory is what we're hiring our community to reflect our community, to serve our community.
Yeah.
I'll write that down. Okay.
All up here.
That's good. It's in the vault. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, with that, we can go to the next item, which is review and action, item 10. And with that, we'll go to 10A, adopt a position on support of Measure E for the City of Sunnyvale on Measure.
Yes, so as you know, the City of Sunnyvale put Measure E on the November 5th ballot. This is to build a new library, and it's gonna pair nicely, if this gets passed, with the Lakewood Community Learning Center out in Lakewood Village. This is very important to the city. It requires a 2/3 vote unless the measure that lowers that threshold for bond projects, it wouldn't affect parcel taxes, passes, and then it would be 55%. So the city believes this is very important, and we should really only be taking positions as a board on measures that have to do with education. And I can't think of too many more aligned efforts than supporting a library that would serve our students and families. So for your consideration.
So no support for proposition 5, which is related to E.
Well, that's another topic. This is, yeah.
Okay, with that, do we have any comments from the community before we vote on this? Okay, seeing none. Do we have a motion before we can talk about this?
I move to approve the support of Measure E.
I'll second that. Okay, do we have any comment regarding this from the board? Okay, seeing none, we're ready to vote. Everybody who wants to approve this position, please say aye. Aye. Okay, with that, it passed. We adopt a position of support of Measure E. And now we move to item 10B. Nominate and vote for call for nomination for the CSBA Director at Large of Hispanic and Asian Pacific Islander.
So yeah, I'm always the least familiar with this particular thing, but so directors at large, they're calling for nominations now for either or both, Hispanic and or Asian Pacific Islander for CSBA. It says in the agenda item there what the process is. And so any school district can nominate people as either members of their own boards or members of other boards. And so that this item is for your consideration.
Okay, and we will be, I propose, and we can open the discussion after that. I will be nominating myself for the, I think that's the phrase, yes, for the Hispanic, and I already have the support of Fremont Union High School and the California Latino School Board Association. For the Delegate Assembly, and I will also propose the support for Sylvia Leon from the Cupertino High School, as she's gonna go for the re-election of her Asian Pacific Islander position.
Elementary.
Elementary, yes. And with that, do we have any comment from the community? Referring this item, seeing none, do we have a motion before we start talking about it?
Oh, I move to, am I seconding? Did you?
Huh?
Am I
Seemed like
second?
you made a motion.
You made a motion. I'll second it.
Okay. Good, so comments and
Sylvia wants to speak.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
cool.
yes.
Sylvia already currently is on.
Right, she wants, she's
Yes.
re-election, I think.
Right.
So
So
to reading
it's-
it again, yeah.
Fremont Union High School also nominated her.
It's every 2 years. I don't, did they do it last night?
Yes,
Okay, so it's every 2 years
no, they
and
did it last meeting.
I don't think they did.
Yeah, I don't remember.
She didn't.
Oh, okay, then they
No.
voted because they talk about it when they talk about mine.
Yeah, so I texted her and she said, yes, that would be great. So but she's been doing it for 2 years. It's the seat is up every 2 years. You don't have to be a delegate to run, but they're both very competitive positions. And there are statewide seats at the board of directors meetings. So it means like probably, I think 3 or 4 meetings a year. It's quarterly meetings. And I think it'd be great for someone from our board to have that level of, discussion, basically a policy discussion at CSBA. So I'm excited about it. And I think Sylvia's done a really great job so far. Like she is really, supported students and allies and families.
And she's also having the support of ABISMA.
Right.
Okay. Comments or?
Yes, so I think it's important in having the package be presented to the delegates that they see that there are more boards beyond the member board to create interest and validate, because there are people from throughout the state that are voting who may not be as familiar with the candidate, so I'm supportive of this motion.
I think she was also nominated in Southern California, and she said, oh, it'd be really great to get someone from my county to support us.
Yeah.
And I support as well, so.
Okay. So if there are no more comments, we're ready to vote. Okay, so everybody in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, with that it passes, thank you very much. Super.
It's a big race.
And with that, we move to 11, review and discussion. And the first item in review and discussion is 11A, Sunnyvale Middle School Modernization Project Review. And for that, we have our Director of Facilities and Operations, Grant Burgess.
All right, good evening, board members. My name is Grant, Director of Facilities and Operations, and I get the pleasure to give the board updates on the Sunnyvale Middle School Campus Modernization Project. It's not often there's a lot of topics I get to come up and just smile about the whole time, and this is one of them. So I want to start by sharing a story about the process. So on August 29th, we had our first steering committee. We got there early, Aaron, myself, and Arthur, and set everything up. We had all three of the final design plans set up on the table. 15 minutes before the meeting started, we had Ella, Maxwell, Luna, and Josephine come into the room. They introduced themselves, and they immediately started looking at the designs. And by looking, that's probably selling a little bit short, because they instantly started talking about logistics. They talked about phasing. They talked about architecture, engineering. They started asking Aaron questions about, how does this work? What building codes can we apply here? It was one of the most sincere, genuine, energetic experiences I can say I've had in this position, and was one of the most reaffirming for Arthur, myself, and Aaron, and why we love doing what we do. Like, phenomenal experience. So now getting to that point, I want to start at the beginning. So back in April, we had our report to the board, facility master plan update and bond report. During that report, we shared information about an overview of the funding that we had for Measure C. We talked a lot of specifics about Sunnyvale Middle School, the 2-story classroom building project, as well as the campus comprehensive modernization project that was a focus of the board at that time. We ended up taking a look at all the scopes of work. We developed a budget from all those scopes of work, and then escalated it forward to develop the $55 million construction budget for the Sunnyvale Middle School modernization. From that point on, we went forward with a request for a proposal process to bring an architect on board in relatively short order to make sure that we were maximizing the amount of time over the summer to design this project. In June, we brought on QKA and Aaron's team with the emphasis to focus on the summer of reviewing 8 to 12 design options, going through multiple meetings, probably 100 emails, many hours, lots of time with Aaron's team, lots of time with Arthur, myself, and Sunnyvale District staff. And we finally, at the conclusion of the summer, were proud to present 3 final design options to the steering committee. Each one of those options 2 and 3, I should say, were all rooted in research. They were rooted in alignment with our strategic plan, and something that we were extremely proud to present at that meeting on August 29th. Now, I mentioned data and research. One of the things that we want to maintain and focus on is being good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. We wanted to make sure that we're designing a campus not just for today, but for tomorrow, 5 years from now, 30 years from now, so we can have generations of students come through these buildings. We wanted to focus on alignment with the strategic plan. This year we have 2 goals, talking about decreasing chronic absenteeism, increasing student achievement amongst all students. So we take research from the California School Facility Research Institute into all the designs that we brought forward. We wanted to make sure that we're investing the taxpayers' dollars into the classrooms, making sure that we're maximizing the educational experience for our students and our staff, and committing to the community. We are investing in the classrooms. With those as our guides, we wanted to make sure that we were developing a campus that is going to be around for decades to come. Now, after all that, I mentioned we brought our final 3 design options to the steering committee on the 29th. Along with the 4 students that I mentioned, we had representation from teachers of each grade level. We had site administrators, including Vince and Giovanni. We had representation from the PE department. We had representation of the elective classes. We had a parent, we had a community member, and all of the feedback that we got, we all took. Aaron and Heather took back to their offices. After a couple more meetings between the 2 steering committee meetings, we developed option 4, which molded everything together into the design option that we're extremely proud to present today, which I will now turn it over to Aaron so we can go into details a little bit more. I do want to emphasize that at the end of this, we'll take all the questions. We're excited for the questions. But again, we're proud of what we're presenting tonight. So with that, I'll turn it over to Aaron, who'll go through the slides. Thank you, Brant. Thank you all for having me here today. We're really, as you said, excited to present kind of what we've been working on for the past few months for you all. So we went into this with some pretty clear goals, as Brant really described already, really wanting to evaluate many options to look at what we're always looking for in all of our public school projects is how do we maximize the educational impact of every dollar that's spent? And looking at that from different perspectives to make sure that's what we're doing. We pretty much only work on public school projects. We've been doing this for more than 20 years. We've never had a project where we had enough money to do everything that should be done and everyone wanted to be done. So that's kind of always the emphasis. And we wanted to focus on those 5 areas that we saw there. We know there's some seismic retrofit that needs to be done to the existing buildings, those that we want to keep, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. We want to make sure that we're right sizing the campus. We again maximizing the impact. That's not by spending that money on more classrooms than we're going to need. But we need to make sure that we have enough and that we have a little bit of wiggle room there too. So we looked at that closely. We wanted to improve the sense of entry and the connection to the community. It's not the most impressive school when you drive up to it. It's not the most welcoming school when you drive up to it. And so that was something that we wanted to make sure to address in all of the options as well. And then wanting to improve the outdoor space between the classroom buildings. That was something that, I've worked on this campus for a while with the 2-story buildings, but also in talking to the team, just the quality of those spaces, but also the challenges of supervision of the kind of outdoor hallways, for lack of a better term, between the buildings, wanting to improve those situations. And then we need to think about how are we actually going to build this? And what does that look like to live, work, go to school on that campus during that time? And how do we make sure that, there's a campus that can operate during construction all the way through? So for each one, that's kind of what we're looking at. So talk a little bit about the seismic retrofit. We have a lot of experience in this, having worked on a lot of public school projects, us and our structural engineer. In fact, these buildings, as many of you are probably familiar with, are very similar to ones at Homestead High School that we did. We worked on Homestead High School for like the past 10 years on a series of projects, and some of those were renovating their 2-story buildings. So we're very intimately familiar with the large amount of work that requires. There are a lot of the state of California, the Division of the State Architects regulates and approves all school construction projects, and they take seismic safety very, very seriously, which is great. And so we need to think about how they treat these projects and what that looks like too. So that really gets us to sort of 2 options. We're going to call our light modernization option, which is a voluntary seismic upgrade. And what that means is the structural engineer has reviewed these buildings and recommended some improvements to address any deficiencies and make them safe. And that's what's included in that voluntary seismic upgrade. It's going to also include in that light modernization renovation of the existing spaces, upgrades to existing finishes, improving the building systems, including adding air conditioning, which we definitely heard and understood is a high priority, especially this week, probably, right? The last couple of weeks, especially. But that's really kind of just fixing what's broken and not reconfiguring the spaces a lot, not changing the character of those spaces, right? It's really just kind of upgrading what's there. And the cost for that cannot exceed more than 40 to 50% of the replacement cost, or that kicks it into the next step, which is heavy modernization. And that includes a full upgrade of the existing building to meet current building codes. And we have to prove at every step that the existing construction meets current building codes. And that is not just by looking at the drawings, it's by doing testing of the concrete, of the rebar, of every aspect of that project as if we were building it and inspecting it now. We have to prove that at every step. And what that means, based on what our structural engineers review and our experience with similar buildings, is essentially tearing the buildings apart down to the bones and then putting them back together. So that means we can also put the walls back in different places because it doesn't really matter at that point. So we can do much more renovation and much more moving things, reconfiguration in that scenario. But for these buildings, that's going to cost 80 to 90% of the cost that it would just cut to tear them down and replace them with new buildings because of the type of construction they are. So going into it, we had the 3 initial options, which I'll just kind of go over quickly because there's sort of a means to an end of the 4th option we want to show you. So this one is really starting with the master plan, which is let's modernize everything kind of in place. Understanding that we need to kind of balance where we do heavy modernization and where we do light modernization. So starting with building A, that was looking at reconfiguring some parts of that building. In each of these options, you'll see for building A, we're showing kind of where the main office is now, actually opening that up and removing the windows and doors from either side and making that a pass-through and maybe adding a new kind of higher roof structure canopy at the front of it to give it a new sense of entry. So you'll see that that's the little teal rectangle there in the middle. So you'll see that kind of on each one of those. Modernizing building B to expand the library and provide some new, better configured educational spaces. Building C, really just that light modernization, so kind of touching up as what's there, and the same with building D. And then in building F, looking at a major modernization of the northern part of building F. Building F is actually built in 2 phases. The multi-use room part was built with the original campus, and then the gym was built later. So they're structurally 2 separate buildings, so we can treat them differently. And then the gym gets a relatively light modernization. One of the issues that we need to address too is the locker rooms, because the locker room building does not appear to have been built as a school building, essentially. So that needs to be dealt with long-term as well. So this really looks at doing all of that modernization. For each of these, we have a little capacity calculation down in the corner. So this keeps our existing classroom count, which is around 50, which is about 1,300 students worth of capacity. Option 2, we looked at what if we removed essentially buildings, that would be B, C, and D, and replace those with a new 2-story classroom building and a single-story new library building that also provided some admin and restroom space. And then we'd also be providing in this scenario, a new locker room building. So this opened up some more space in the quad between the 2 buildings. And we had some good discussions about whether that was too much space and whether it was too open, that would be too big of a quad, and thinking about that, and also kind of the opportunities for 2-story buildings and what that might mean in that location as well. And then the third option looked at kind of similarly, but what if we tore the northern half of building A down? Building A is also built in 2 different structural sections. And replace that with a new admin building and single-story classroom buildings, and then that kind of similar new library building as well. And then we showed some room here for additional up in the kind of top right. If we needed to add more classrooms in the future, there'd be space for that too. So we had a good discussion about this too. This similar number, there's a few less classrooms. So now we're at, I think it's about 43. I can't quite read that from here, but 43 classrooms, which is a little less than 1,200 in capacity. So we're building back a few less classrooms, but still quite a bit more capacity than the projected enrollment as well. Then, as Brent said, we had a couple of amazing meetings. It's definitely one of the more, like you said, rewarding and engaged meetings with students that I've had in a long time too, especially the last few years. It's been a little harder to do that. It's not quite the same over Zoom. But we had a lot of really good input from them. My favorite part was when one of the students told me that they used to want to be an architect. And I was like, it's still there's still time, and then what do you want to be now? And then they said an astrophysicist, and I was like, all right, I'll take that. But they came up with their own little designs with Post-it notes and everything. So we got a lot of good feedback. And, one of the things that is really important to understand too is like how the spaces are used for physical education, how the multi-purpose room is used primarily as a physical education space, what that looks like, how that could be, how that's used now, how it could or couldn't be used differently in the future. That was something that we didn't really quite understand before that meeting. And then talking through the capacity analysis and the number of classrooms and kind of working at that from both directions as well. And then we'd use the little chart there on the bottom as a way to just kind of get the general feel for prioritization and what's most important. So we kind of identify different chunks of the project and then ask folks we kind of sort them in on the x-axis of low, medium, high cost. And then we kind of as a group talk about, are they low, medium, high impact? And that gives us kind of just a rough sense of what's most important and what's going to be most impactful, kind of getting back to that overall goal. So the thing in the top right is the classrooms. So that's classroom modernization and replacement. So that was clearly one of the highest impact things. The locker rooms are also really important. And elective classrooms, multi-use room as well. And then some of the things that were not as important were the admin, the fitness center. Front entry was pretty important as well. And you can kind of see the rest there. So some of the things kind of sort out as not quite as important as others. You know, I think we'd love to have all of them, but it's good to get a feel for what the relative impact is. So then as Brand described, we came back and kind of really thought about how can we think about this problem a little bit differently based on what we heard. And we came back with this option 4, which takes building A and kind of dials back the level of investment in that. Keep that at a light modernization, keep it mostly admin, which it is now, so we can reuse a lot of the way the building is laid out and just make a few modifications to that. But still add the canopy at the front and open up that front entry. Those are actually relatively easy things to do. So starting with that in building A, and then showing a new 2-story 10 classroom building as the sort of new B building at the top there. And then one of the things, you know, hearing that the primary use for the multi-purpose room is really PE most of the time, but that there could be other uses if PE didn't need to use it so much. There are other things that we'd like to be able to do there that it is used for, but could be used a lot more. One of the things we showed here is like, instead of trying to have that multi-purpose room be there and expand to the kitchen where it is now, which has some kind of flow and delivery challenges, right? Because it's locked in the middle of campus and kids line up and take up a bunch of space. We came up with the idea to have a new building in the top right that would have a new kitchen and servery in it, have a new a smaller but new multi-purpose room, and a new library as well that was also a little bit smaller than was in the master plan, but we talked about some different examples from other schools and how much space was needed, and it seems like it would be plenty of space for what the library is used for. And then it would also have some admin and restroom space in it, and have a large covered area kind of open into the quad from that as well. We talked about, you know, having a covered area on the back side of it that kids could line up under, so that kind of, you can see that dashed arrow there. That's the sort of flow of students lining up, getting their lunches, and then coming into the quad. So kind of thinking about all those things, but then that frees up the north part of building F to be a dedicated fitness center PE space that can be configured for them and used for them all the time. And then turning the existing space where the kitchen is into the boys' locker room. So that we're not building a new locker room building, and we're renovating the girls' locker room in place. And then we can just remove the old locker room building. So this really concentrates the funding more on the classrooms, and then the other primary spaces that students touch every day. So the kitchen, I forgot to mention there's a food and nutrition classroom that goes with that too, that's located with the kitchen. And that puts the kitchen backing up to the service road, which makes the deliveries a lot easier, it makes the trash a lot easier. There's a lot of logistical needs for that. It also means that we can build that first and then keep the kitchen where it is until there's a new kitchen, because having a temporary kitchen, not great either. So there was some good logistical advantages to that setup as well. So a lot of things came together in a good positive way, which is what we always like to see, and why we kind of put different options out there and talk about them, not because we need to pick one, but because hopefully there's a better one that comes together from all that feedback. So I think that's kind of all of the main pieces. On the sort of right side of the upper building F is a music classroom, and that was constant really between all of the options that we needed to kind of improve and hopefully expand that space as well. And this provides 45 teaching spaces, so 44 classrooms plus the gym, which gives us a capacity of just over 1,200, which is kind of what we were shooting for, somewhere in that 1,100 to 1,200 range overall. And gives us the key elective classroom spaces that we were looking for as well, and really kind of met all the needs. And so we had a great second meeting where we brought this back, we talked about it. Everyone was in support of that. We made some tweaks to it based on the comments that we had. And then we're moving forward and bringing that to you all. So we had a couple of design inspirations that we talked about too. So these are some schools that we worked on around the Bay Area that we thought were good examples and that the committee responded to. So the bottom left is kind of what we're thinking for something like what those outdoor covered areas could be like. This is an elementary school in Fremont that we worked on. So kind of something, you know, nice and big and open and colorful. The kind of middle one at the top there is Homestead High School, and that's their quad soon after it was built. It's amazing how much different it looks now with the trees after 10 years, probably 8 years of them growing in, but has those sloped turf areas and seat walls and different things. So it's not just a big open expanse of concrete, right? It's broken up into places where small groups of students can gather and be comfortable. Things like that. And then the one below is a middle school they worked on that's kind of similar, where there's some shade sails and some sloped artificial turf spaces and different paved and landscaped areas that create gathering spaces. And then the one in the top right is the Cupertino High School Library and Student Union. And we looked at that as an example of a great library space, but also has a lot of flexibility. One of the things we want to explore in design is if there's opportunities for connection between that multi-use space and the library to be even more flexible and accommodate different types of events, and things like that. So those will be things that we'll explore as we go forward. And this is that overall capacity that we talked about a little bit already, but so this is the number of classrooms that we need to support the current program and programs going forward. So the pros for this option really are around almost all the classrooms will now be in new construction between the two buildings that are under construction now and the new classroom building that we're proposing here, which is great. That will really improve that learning environment quality. And it will have a high degree of equity across the campus because almost all the classrooms will be that way. There won't be sixth grade in the old buildings and 7th and 8th grade in the new buildings or something like that. We talked about the kitchen and the servery, the NPR space and the fitness lab, the new food and nutrition classroom, and then a lot of opportunities for flexibility there too. And the only cons are that by doing new construction in phase 1, it's going to take so longer to get the review and approval for that. So the construction will probably start kind of towards the end of 2025. But we can start some of the demolition and abatement of the existing buildings before that, sometime in the fall probably. And we'll be dialing that in obviously as we go forward, but it's all contingent upon DSA, so we only have so much control over the directions of that process. We did talk a little bit about potential, the fact that we're putting a 2-story building on the north side of the campus, but it is still pretty far from the neighbors' houses. There's still like the service road, and then there's a kind of a whole strip of land there that we're proposing to improve for parking and trash enclosure and bike parking, but there's still quite a bit of distance between there and where the buildings are, so we felt pretty good about that, but that's something we'll just want to make sure we're communicating about. Did you have a question?
Well, it was about the neighbors. When are we going to communicate that, and have we already anticipated what blocking may do for their sun/shade impact and cell phone reception impact?
It won't really have any significant impact in the shade. It's far enough. It's twice as far away as the building is tall. So only at sunset or, like late in the day. So that I don't really think that's going to be a significant issue. I haven't really considered the cell phone reception thing. Hopefully that's not a challenge. But I haven't ever had that problem before.
This bubbled up over
Sure.
the years with construction, not just at school sites, but in the community as a.
We can comment question after the community.
There'll be communication as part of the process, as you guys do with every project, as we did with the 2-story buildings that are under construction now.
Okay.
I think the only other piece of the schedule, which is that we start phase 1 in the new classrooms, like we talked about. We'll be working on design kind of through late spring, early summer of next year, and then DSA approval will take up probably most of the rest of 2025, and then construction would be late fall of 25 into winter, spring of 26, and then we roll into construction of the modernization piece after that. And that's it.
Thank you very much to both for that presentation. And now we need to first ask the community if they have any questions or comments related to this particular item. This is the moment. Is there any? Okay, since we see none, we need to start with a motion with this.
There's no motion.
There's no discussion. Okay. So with that, we can start with our comments and questions. And thank you very much for the presentation and all the work that is behind this. And all the graphics. So who wants to start? Okay, you have more questions, Nancy?
I guess the only other, questions that I had, do we have now, a profile of environmentally friendly, Santa Clara County appropriate plants for the landscaping that will be able to, not wait 10 years for shape?
You wanna? Sure. Yeah, we'll be working through plant selection. We'll be, building off of the work that's already been done on that for plant selection for the courtyards and the project that's under construction now. And that's always balancing that concern. We wanna obviously select things that are regionally appropriate, both climatically and from a native plant standpoint, that are going to not require a lot of long-term irrigation. And then the size of the trees is a cost benefit calculation. The bigger the tree, the more it costs to get it in there. And so that's something that we'll work through as we go through. We try to put as larger trees in as we can afford and is the right kind of value for that. But that's something we'll be working through as we go through design. We want those it'll get there no matter what, right? It's just kind of about how much of a head start can we get it. And that'll be definitely part of that process for sure.
Any comments, Michelle?
Well, so we might need to wait for Jesus to come back because I want my questions, right? I'm gonna be a little bit nitpicky because I have kids who have been there and then I have a kid who's there. So maybe we can go to people and then when Jesus comes back, we can.
It's the map, right?
Pop the map back up.
Yeah, we want to see the map.
Come on.
Or Leah might be able to figure it out, but anyway, so other people can go on to read the map.
I'm still processing, go ahead.
And I'm sure we'll be back to make other presentations as we go through design too, so don't feel like you have to remember all the questions.
Why don't you ask and?
Well, I kind of need the screen to right, yeah, so.
Okay, so can you pop up option 4?
Yep, sure.
Thank you. Okay, so my first question is, I guess the first one's not just with it. You said right now there's 50 classrooms, so this would drop it by 5?
I think, I'm not 100% sure about what the current is, but I think
Okay.
based on what we had in the existing, you probably know. Does that sound about right? Yeah, when we had an option 1, I think it was 50, so yes.
Yeah, okay. Numbers always fluctuate, right? I just remember a few years ago, SMS was bursting at the seams, and so dropping 5 classrooms makes me slightly nervous, but I also trust staff to know that if it's good, then I feel fine about it too.
Yeah, so that was one of the things that I was kicking myself for not bringing up earlier, but when I was talking about research, so we use the demographics report and we look at projections and then we built a pretty comfortable buffer to make sure that we could handle both the influx of students if we were to come across it.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so my first kind of getting into little weeds, sorry. So with the lunch line space, when you said that you would come on the backside, my initial, because the first one I was like, oh, this is so close to the 6th graders, that's great because the line is often long and kids my son's one of them, he often won't wait in the line, so then he's not eating food. And so when I saw that, I was like, oh my gosh, we have to walk all the way around. Was there discussions about that? Will they be able to walk that backside so it's not a super far walk? Has there been any discussions about the logistics of actually walking all the way to the back of the school to get in line?
There will be. At this point, it's really super high level. So we were just talking about we could do something like this and that might make sense as a flow, but we'll get way into the weeds on that too. But we haven't yet. No, at this point, it's very, very diagrammatic.
From flow perspective, you go in one side, out the other side, but from I'm a little 6th grade kid, going all the way around, I was like, oh, that could be rough.
Yep.
Then, sorry, it's closed out. This is not just that, but just those pictures I really loved, which I say this, everyone around here knows, I love natural light. And so I really, I know we're not a high school, but that Cupertino one with just the huge windows of tons of light. And the SMS library currently has pretty much no windows and no natural light. So I know it won't be as big as Grand, but natural light and anything I think is so good for so many reasons.
Absolutely.
Okay, another like silly logistical thing. So, and clearly things can change, right? But as the kids have their dances and maybe this is like a Vincent, maybe he's thought about it, right? A lot of times the dance is in the gym or it's in that old multi, which is the fitness room. But like the dance might be in the gym and then they have activities or games or food in the old multi. With this current new setup, like with the fitness room, could that fitness room still be used as that side space, or will it be designed so you couldn't use it?
I think you probably still could use it. We also talked about potentially having like a partition that can separate it into two spaces. So if you wanted to use part of it and have like the part that has more of the fitness equipment not accessible, I think it would give you that,
Okay,
potentially that
Vince's nodding
opportunity.
his head, yeah, too, so, right, I'm thinking about like my kids and the things they would ask and the things they'd be concerned about. And then my last one, which was also what I talked about with the old building too, is, and I think it was in my questions, when I look at, and again, I know it's just like rough, but those shade structures seem very small for that huge open space. And so again, that's just a big concern, like having enough shade space, right? Because the students generally want to be in the shade, and so if there's not a lot of shade.
Yeah,
And
we'll
so
be
I'm sure you
looking
guys are
at,
already aware of that, but that was just my kind of one concern when I like initially looked at that was, didn't feel like that was enough shade in that open space.
we'll be looking at that, and it may make sense to put some shade sails kind of in there in addition to this, or, and we'll look at trees in the same way that the team did for the new building, where I looked at like, what is those trees gonna look like in 10 years, and what does that shading look like, and how much shading do the existing buildings, do the buildings provide, and things like that too. And we also wanna break that up too, right? Like, we don't want that to just be, again, like one giant open space. It needs to have some division to it to create different spaces so it's comfortable.
Yeah. Great, thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Could you go to those inspo photos again, the next slide, I think? Could you tell me more about, with this, also thinking about the shade, could you tell me more about where that picture is from?
Which one?
The one with the sunshades on the bottom.
So that's at Britain Middle School, which is in Morgan Hill.
The shades look very small.
Those shades look.
And that's right after it was built. Those trees and stuff were growing too.
Yeah.
And so that's always a balance.
The sun shit, the
Yeah,
sun
the sun
shades
shade, it does
themselves.
actually
While it
shade,
looks
right.
really cool,
It does look really
it's
cool.
actually
It doesn't
creating a
actually
small
shade
amount of shade.
much of the thing. Yeah, it's the same sort of concern, just like especially with climate variance, especially within the next 10 years as we're watching trees grow in. I would appreciate having these kids having more shade to be in or hang out in. I'm also curious because this is always on my mind nowadays. Is this natural or artificial turf?
Those two turf areas are shown as artificial, and generally in quad areas, that's what we like to do because they don't get muddy, and they don't wear out, right? And it's much lower maintenance. But those are conversations we can have as we go forward, and I know there's been some of that already. But that has worked really well, and students love being able to just lay down on them and sit on them and things like that too.
I forgot one other one. The current trees in the quad right now, will any of those be able to be saved, or is it all gonna be?
We'll definitely save as many as we can. I don't know yet how
But it
many
seems
we have
like
to get
some
into it.
hopefully should, because some of that space is gonna stay. Brand, you think it's all gonna have to go? Oh, you're just making a face.
No, I was gonna ask you which quad you're talking about.
Oh, like the main quad, like the original quad. There just are some pretty good, maybe they're dying, I don't know, but there's some fairly big trees that I know kids will sometimes sit under, like, 'cause there's benches by them.
Yeah, if we have mature trees that we can save and that are healthy, we'll definitely.
You're making
do
a
everything
face right
possible.
now. What's the face you're making?
No, I
Just makes sense.
we don't know yet.
Yeah.
But if we don't have to wait 10 years for a tree to grow in because it's there already, that's a win for everyone.
Yeah, the current quad, like I know there's some trees, there's some trees
Yeah,
over
yeah.
here, and some trees over here. I can't remember where they all are.
Okay, thank you.
Pulling up Google Maps.
We're more talking structural design.
Big picture.
I just, right, I know this
still-
campus, so just so you know, I also went to this campus.
Okay.
So, not like when we talk about decades, I was like, those portables that we just tore down, I was in those portables and my two older kids were in those portables.
So, I was looking on here, so is the staff room still gonna be in the A-wing?
Yeah.
Is the admins, okay. For the outdoor spaces, I will just kind of echo, like, we've talked a lot recently, like Brant and like previous, when we've talked about other elementary spaces, like the idea of like greening up our outdoor spaces.
Yeah.
So even though artificial turf counts as greening things up in some checklist or something, like I'm really interested in like how we can push that more.
Like living green.
Like living green, or like more recycled materials, and kind of making that visual to the kids, because like that's a big interest for students, is environmentalism and sustainability as well. So like kind of making the learning and the intentionality around that more visible to them, I think would be really cool. I had a question about the music court near the music room. Is there going to be some like seating there, or some places for them to perform? Are they just like open so they can set it up with chairs, or?
That's the kind of things that we were talking about wanting to create, like an outdoor performance space, and how exactly that happens, we have to figure out and design. But that was the intent behind putting those words on there, that hopefully there's some way to create kind of a place for there to be outdoor practice and performance that's maybe a little further away from classrooms than it is now, as well.
And then for the quad area, even though, like, I mean, I am really.
Just leave the map back up again.
I am saying like, let's green it up, but I do actually like the idea of having a big open space, because in part because of promotion ceremonies.
Yeah, and it can kind of be both too, right? Like it can be open if you want to have a bunch of people and you can see across, but you can have seating and different surfaces and planting and stuff to break it up so that it's also not just kind of overwhelming.
Okay, and then the last thing I want to ask you about is about the bathrooms. So we had this facilities master plan, we had the strategic plan. People were anytime we got a parent group in, they're asking about the bathrooms. So there's the idea of like, there's boys locker room, girls locker room. We've got some kids who are non-conforming gender, right? So like, absolutely. Where are the gender neutral bathrooms, and where are the bathrooms in general? And are you zhuzhing them up a bit?
Yeah, so we are including in this plan, in that kind of what we'll call like the student union building with the kitchen and stuff, we're including a large set of student bathrooms. And exactly how that gets configured and what that looks like and how we address issues, gender issues and safety and all of those kinds of things will be things that we'll work out in design. And we kind of started talking about that already, and some different strategies that we've been using at a lot of different schools. And I think we'll kind of plan to come back and talk about that more once we get into design, and we can kind of have some options and talk to Vince and the students and things like that about them too, and come back with some recommendations about how we do that. And that'll be true of locker rooms too. Understanding how we do gender neutral locker rooms, or how that works and what that looks like, is something that we're working through with a lot of different schools. And it's a process to talk with everyone about what is gonna, we wanna have the right balance of safety and privacy and supervision and all of those things to make it so that everyone's as comfortable as possible.
Because right now for the the A-wing students typically will go and use the bathrooms in the locker rooms, right? Like over on that side, and then they are going over to what was where the music court is now, or wherever.
Yeah.
There were some buildings there, right? Like there's some.
There were more portables, and building D extends much further south than that building.
So that building's still currently there, by the one you're thinking that has bathrooms there.
And we're intending the new bathrooms that we're putting in that building that has a library and the NPR in it to be like kind of the primary student bathrooms, especially like during lunch and breaks and things like that, because they'll be kind of right there in the middle at the hub of the campus, and have a lot of good, accessibility to students, but also ability for Vince and his team to supervise as well.
No, I think they took out where that one bathroom that always overflowed outside of F, across from F, it's gone.
It's gone. Yeah.
It's probably a good thing.
It sounds like it, yes.
Okay, and then the culinary arts classroom, or the food and nutrition classroom, is there going to be like are you thinking of the new ceiling, that's one story, but it's gonna be tall?
Yes.
So is that gonna be designed for like a food nutrition classroom? Like, is it
It will.
just a little more specific?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but I think we also want to make sure it's flexible enough if the programs change over time too. So that's something we want it to be kind of an elective classroom that is definitely can be set up for food and nutrition that works well for that, but that isn't like as locked in as like your old school home ec room, right? Where it's kind of set up and it can really only be used for that. We need to make sure it's more flexible than that, to speak to what Brant said at the beginning about it needing to work for 5, 10, 20, 30 years, where you could teach something else in there with relatively little modification too.
Like, don't they have hoods and they have stoves and they have like more, like a washing machine or something. I mean, they have like a lot of stuff in there.
Currently.
Draws a lot of power.
Yeah, well, like there's a lot of electrical infrastructure and plumbing and that kind of stuff too, but in a way that's more flexible.
Okay, well, I'm really excited for this, so okay, let's just start tomorrow.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
so, I have a few questions too. I like the idea and we love the idea if we have such big structures like in the inspiration, like that double height, it would be great. I don't see that we're gonna be able to afford it, but if we could, that would be wonderful. I'm talking about the big outside structure with double heights in that patio. But other than that, I see it does worry me a little bit, the big court, when I'm thinking about the section there. And just that in few years, it's just gonna get hotter and hotter every year. And the 6 quad and the 3 plaza, I can imagine, 2 1-floor buildings, well, 3 from the 3 sides is just 1-story building. The only shade will be from that 2nd-story building. It looks like proportionally very big and hot. I'm thinking that in the new building that we are doing right now, it's not big enough apparently to put the sails because they need to be more than 20 feet apart from any structure for new fire codes.
Yes.
So we're not gonna be able to fill up that one.
We're not gonna be able to fill it up, but we can definitely create shape within there.
So maybe at least some more, if not sails, some more permanent structures, pergolas or whatever, concrete, metal, whatever that we can put to make that more livable, more greener. That will be great if we need to make it that big. Because proportionally, and that the new C building is gonna be like just 1 story, but you say like double height or big height.
Yeah, at least kind of story and a half height. Those are bigger spaces. They don't, you know, in a library that's 3,000 square feet to have a 10-foot ceiling, right? Like it needs to have some more height and some daylighting and things like we saw in the images and you guys mentioned already for sure.
Yeah, and I'm really I think that we can make it, and I don't know if there is like you might know better how other districts are handling that, but if already in middle school we can have some gender neutral bathroom, that would be great. I don't know how everybody else is doing it in the area.
Yeah, we're working with a lot of different schools on this right now, and we have some strategies that I think are working really well that we weren't going to get into too much detail on today, but we've talked about a little bit with the team on this side already, and that'll be one of our first kind of tasks as we get into schematic design is kind of fleshing that out and what that looks like and having some examples and walking people through that.
Yeah, my son just moved to the dorms last week in UC Santa Cruz, and it's a brand new building, and every floor the rooms per se are one gender, but the floor has everything gender, and the bathrooms, the shared bathrooms are gender neutral, and they have showers, they have everything gender neutral inside the main bathroom per floor. So
it was like that one in the dorms at Berkeley in the 90s when I went there too. For what it's worth, but that's college kids, it's different.
Yeah, it's college kids, it's different, and well, and then the big difference is that you don't have spaces between the floor and when they're continuously the floor. And then so that was one. Also, well, I think we say this many times, but again, like greening the building as much as possible. That means operable windows and as much as natural lighting as we can.
Absolutely.
I see that we have a very skinny building down there, so it looks like a perfect opportunity to have double cross natural ventilation as much as we can there. And so if we can lower the temperature in that big core that will be as many structures that we can put in there. Probably we won't have big trees for quite a few years, but we might have something else, whatever it is structurally, because those buildings are gonna be low.
Yeah, the buildings aren't gonna provide a lot of shade in
Yeah,
that space. The shade's gonna come from trees and shade structures.
Yes,
Sure.
shade structures. Also, the music building, the music area, well, it would be great to have a lot outside for big ceremonies and to have concerts and practice in the afternoon for after school music and theater. But the classroom right now, I mean, we expanded our music program there, we expanded, we are talking about bringing kids from elementary school with a new music program. So it's very important to have an A+ building area for them to practice, and right now is one of the worst, well, I don't know if the worst, but it's a pretty bad classroom, dark, humid, not particularly amazing for the program that it deserves a lot of attention.
Absolutely.
And I see that it's not a building that we're gonna do brand new, which is okay, but it needs to, make very nice and cool building near.
Absolutely.
So the temperature, the greening, ventilation, lighting, and I like the modern structure, and if we can do gender neutral bathrooms, and I'm sure the kids will behave well to maintain that.
So.
Well, you're raising
Affirmations.
expectations
Oh,
and
yeah,
they
yeah.
mean it.
Affirmations,
Yes.
yeah. So one other thing was, I've heard a number of teachers always ask for more seating outside, and I know it was like a low Post-it note for creating outdoor seating spaces, but even if it ends up being like a furniture option or something like that, places where they can do that, and to make sure that the people we talked to about the gender neutral bathrooms might be some, I know there's a Gay Straight Alliance at the school, and there's some parent and ally groups out there that could maybe be part of the process.
Absolutely, that would be great.
Yeah, and I still think that those opportunities about flexible classrooms, I just remember when the pandemic started, that there were coming some images from buildings, 1800s, 1900s, that were, concrete buildings from universities around the world, that they had completely open doors, like you could take out the doors in both sides and make it completely ventilated, and like, again, thinking, who knows where the next big thing is coming. Ventilation and flexibility in classrooms to go in and out, that's always very appreciated.
Absolutely.
And one more just quick one, the front entry space, like that, so is that gonna be like an open?
So I think what we're thinking
I know
is.
it's not fleshed out, but what's the like kind of general?
Yeah, so the idea is that we're essentially just taking the windows and doors out from that space and allowing it to be like a breezeway.
Okay.
Essentially, there'll be like a fence in there too, so that we'll configure it so you can kind of come in under the structure, come into the office and check in, and then be let onto the campus. So we have better access control now too, because right now you come in the doors and then you're kind of already inside. And we want to have a little bit better control on that too, so there's some opportunity to improve that there too. I think that actually is how the school was originally set up, is for that to be a breezeway. And then at some point that was closed in to be part of the office, so we're just gonna kind of go back.
So you said that you're going to be doing all more than design planning. When will that be coming back to the board?
Yeah, so I would say the next check-in with the board would be when we bring on the contractor for the project, which right now is slated to happen at the January 12th board meeting.
Okay.
So that's probably gonna be a pretty good check-in time for
Okay, thank you.
project update.
And that's the contractor, before you go into the whole DDs, or you're gonna do the whole?
No, yeah, so it'll be the same approach that we're using currently, where we'll do a lease back design approach. It's worked really well so far. and we have no reason to believe we should deviate from it for this project. And then on the bathroom topic, I think at some point, Dr. Gallagher, this is probably more near, but like a study session between now and December would probably be a pretty good one before we finalize plans.
Okay, thank
so
you.
much.
Sure, thank you guys.
I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Well, we're only 25 minutes after, so we definitely need to approve. We could do that, well, we always do, we just approve half an hour more, and if we don't make it, we'll just table everything for the next meeting, but I think we're gonna make it. There's information and yeah, anything else is just fast. So I put out a motion to extend the time from 9:30 until 10. Okay, is everybody okay with that? Could say aye? Aye. Okay, with that.
Who's that?
Michelle. So with that, we have a temporary extension until 10. Should be more than enough. And we move to item 11B, which is review and discussion of policy 0410, non-discrimination in district programs and activities.
Thank you, board. I'm gonna go through these a little bit differently since all of them are directly or indirectly related to changes that have occurred with Title IX. So I'm gonna go into depth for initial for these because they're all based upon those principles, and then I will for each of them, if that's okay, then give the emphasis as it relates to each of them individually. Does that work for the evening?
All of them except for I, right?
So all of
the I.
Yeah.
So that means from all the way to H?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
I'll go through each of them, but I just wanted to kind of give context to the background.
Perfect, so
Exactly.
what we're gonna do is that we're gonna hold our questions, comments, and community questions and comments on 11B altogether until we get to 11H, and then we'll have questions and comments after that. All okay with operations and procedures there?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so based on Title IX, there are new regulations that have gone into effect. Those were in effect starting on August 1st, 2024. The emphasis is kind of looking in this first initial policy is on non-discrimination in district programs and activities. There are 5 key elements that are tied to all of these different regulations that we will be reviewing. The first is, and this is about the grievance procedures, trying to make it easier to file an actual complaint if someone has one. And so there's some elements related to that for anyone who wants to bring forth a complaint. The second big area is with regards to broadening the definition of what hostile environment and sex-based harassment look like under Title IX. And so emphasis about those particular entities are outlined here in the cover regarding those particular changes as it relates to the definition of sexual harassment and just kind of making that statement even more broad as to what that means. The third particular area that is outlined in these is it adds protected characteristics, including gender identity, to the new protections under Title IX. So, you know, questions or details with regards to prohibiting discrimination on the basis of gender, and looking at those particular entities under Title IX as well. The fourth area is looking at Title IX and its protections against pregnancy and requires accommodations, for pregnancy for those who are under Title IX as well, and providing that support. And then the final element that's outlined in these changes is just requiring training for all employees on certain topics and no longer limits training requirements to employees involved in Title IX complaints and processes. So it's just trying to strengthen our behavior as it relates to discrimination issues. And in this first policy, which is focused on in-district programs and activities. So that would be the first policy, 0410.
Perfect. So, do we have any comments from the public, from items 11B through H? This will be the moment to talk about it. Okay, seeing none. Then, do we have a motion? No, we don't have a motion here. So do we have comments from the board referring 11B through H?
Well, Isabel and I went to a Title IX event that Cindy Chavez had with the Women's Commission, and it was cool, and they had a whole panel discussion about it, and it seems like this is still something that's in progress, it's in the journey. So it's not over, so it's good we're updating the policies, I think.
Okay.
I think we should bring them back on consent,
Yes.
So
please do. And with that, thank you. We move to the last item for discussion, which is 11I, discussion of the value, purpose, and impact of recognizing commemorative months. And for that, it will be Dr. Dasha.
Okay, this next item is just kind of focusing on our emphasis on commemorative months. What are the histories, contributions, looking at celebrations, and the emphasis coming from the district here is just we want to foster a place of culture inclusivity, ensuring that collective observances are continuous and reflective, not just at a particular time of the year, but really throughout the year and across our instruction in our Centerville community. And so this item is intended to provide an opportunity for our board tonight to kind of discuss the value and purpose with regards to commemorative months. And then the board will kind of explore the why behind board resolutions that recognize a commemorative month. And then, so this is kind of tied to our goal, strategic goal of student experiences in inclusive and nurturing environment. And so we're coming with a recommendation to the board to kind of engage in a discussion regarding the value, purpose, and impact of recognizing commemorative months. With that, we can engage in further conversation.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public, either in person or online? This is the moment regarding this particular item. Okay, seeing none, then we can start our discussion. Who wants to start?
Well, I had a question about it in packet review. In packet review, I asked, what are some commemorative months already celebrated at some of our school sites? Maybe, perhaps not all of them, but at some of them. And what commemorative months do we already have activities or events going on at schools? And what are our neighbors doing around commemorative months? And I think the answers I got was that there's quite a lot of commemorative months or celebrations happening, multicultural things at different school sites, not at all of them. Hispanic Heritage Month, Black History Month, Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, Women's History Month, Diwali, Cesar Chavez Day, Autism Awareness, and Pride Month. So those are all in packet review of things that we are already doing, and it's already in our grade level standards. And my thought on the commemorative months board is that I don't believe that if the board or if we as a district adopt commemorative months, that it's tokenism if we already are doing the work. And you could say, well, why aren't we why do we need to adopt it as a board or as a district? And I would just say it's sort of like, you know, staff appreciation or birthdays, like everyone else is like celebrating birthdays and then, or staff appreciation, and then your school or your district doesn't at that commemorative time when like everyone else is. I think it doesn't really show the support that we're intending to support by not having a commemorative month. It's like really, it's really frustrating, right? Because we're trying to say, hey, you know, we're gonna celebrate Black history all the time, not just in, you know, February or whatever it is. We're gonna do this all the time, but then only a couple schools are celebrating it, or it's kind of like there aren't materials over time to support it. And it's like, well, maybe your teacher's supporting it, maybe they don't get to it. So just by stating it, it's just I mean, I sort of feel like, I mean, I do feel that it fits in with our overall plan and goals. So I would like to take the ones that we already celebrate, or the ones from the Harvard list or the Yale list that was in a previous packet, and I would like to discuss specific ones and talk about like calendaring them into commemorative months for us.
I mean, me too. I would like to commemorate, at least recognize somehow and give some general directions, because again, not everybody does celebrate. We get very busy, and is, as you say, it's like, why do we do Mother's Day at all if we love our mothers every day? Why do we do Christmas? If you are from certain religions, you will, celebrate your religion every day. You don't have to celebrate it on Christmas time, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not as important as somebody's mother or religion, or, maybe even the Teacher's Day. But somehow we acknowledge them, and without acknowledging them, just thinking that we're gonna acknowledge them every day is like, it's like not giving a Mother's Day to the mom, because we love her just the same every day of her life.
I really appreciated the attachment to this, the respectfully celebrating diversity months that Dr. Gallagher attached here, and I think it's really great about how to do this respectfully, and I appreciate that, especially in conversation with what was in packet, with the things that we already do. On a personal note, I just want to say that my son really hates Autism Awareness Month. Like it bugs him. He doesn't like it, and every time it comes up, his teacher has been very respectful of that. I am curious though, like if we feel it is, even if some of these months aren't celebrated at every school, I feel like it's somewhat reflective of the community, right? Like there are more Asian kids in certain schools, and I feel like they're more likely to do the New Year celebrations. I feel like it would be prescriptive to say that all schools should do that, but there are some of these months, especially Black History Month, where we just don't have a lot of Black kids in the district, but I feel like it would be important to celebrate that anyway, even though we don't have a lot of Black kids at each of these schools. So I have a lot of feelings about this. I have a lot of thoughts about this. It's very nuanced to me, like whether how we should do this. But I do feel comfortable generally with these resolutions. I feel like we're doing the work. I don't feel like we're making this a tokenism thing, and I appreciate it again, the attachment here.
Yeah, the attachment actually came from Dr. Benson, didn't it? Right, who we worked with.
I would say my question as I was like reading that attachment, and maybe they did, I was like trying to figure out like, so do they like them? Do they not? Like the people who put that attachment together, right? I was like, right, my brain was once like, well, what, so do they oppose them, not oppose them, or are they open? It is more like, if you're gonna do them, be careful, and then it has all those good questions. Do you like gather.
It's a
It's supposed to be
combination.
open-ended like this to just get us
Yeah.
more confused and who knows what we're supposed to do.
It's a combination. There's a few things that come with that, and I'm putting this paper, talking about your son with autism, because that's a perfect example. And that would be the case for some of these other, areas that we either celebrate or wanna highlight, or however we wanna talk about it. But some of the questions, and I'm gonna just kind of ask questions that will kind of help us to discuss more. What happens when we get more requests? I'm not looking for an answer, but things that we need to think about. Are we empowering the voices that we want to if the list becomes essentially very long? What about if something comes that we decide as a board we don't want to add? And most importantly, whatever we decide, it's about the action plan of the of the resolutions. And what is our behavior, not just during those times, but over the course of the year? So those are just some additional thoughts and considerations for how we move forward.
So I wonder I wonder how we're going to be embracing the concept and sharing it out with the community such that it isn't viewed as tokenism, that it's my month, it's their month, that why aren't we doing X, Y, and Z? My biggest thing is that cultural proficiency happens over time and in multiple different arenas, and this is just a way of possibly doing things. But I also need to be respectful that there are some that is culturally competent to not celebrate. So I'm in that tension as well about how do we balance about what are the most important things during the course of the entire year, not just what's happening at a particular month. And how do we bring this forward such that it allows staff, parents, and community to be able to have input in on this, whatever we're choosing to do as a part of this, that's talking about the plan. And so it's like, I'm looking for a little bit more infrastructure than currently exists, because it's just like, I don't want it to become the flavor of the month.
Well, it's interesting.
It needs to have some intentionality of thought beforehand with the plan to move it forward, to have meaning and context for me.
It's interesting that you said flavor of the month, because I was just thinking about Miss Isabel's example of Miss Price's cultural project, passport project, right?
Yeah.
And I think, like, if you asked most people, I think it would not surprise them that we, like, as a district, celebrated, like, Hispanic Heritage Month, right? Where 40% of our students are Hispanic. We have a large Asian population. We're super diverse. We could have, there's some nationally celebrated months, and we see it in the news, we see it in all the education things. I think if our poise towards it isn't, we're shoving this down your throat and you're all gonna celebrate immediately right now. If our thing is, if our position is more like, hey, this is this great celebratory month, we celebrate each other all the time, but here are some things that we can do to celebrate this month, and as resources. I think teachers already share resources with each other anyway, we just sort of formalize things. And I appreciate what you said, Tasha, about the challenges of, like, deciding, like, which groups, right? Like, which groups are we acknowledging? And I don't really know how to answer that other than like, there's some sort of standardized national-ish ones that are out there. But I think that we could, I don't think we should say we're not gonna do them at all because too many people might wanna be celebrated. Like, I just think like it might become overwhelming, like I just feel like then we celebrate no one. And we just do it kind of school by school depending on like what's happening at the school. And I just think that it's a missed opportunity, like to say, because we have, there's Pride Month and there's just all these things where if I sort of feel odd that where I kind of see other board members say, oh, we went to this great commemorative event in our district, or we're celebrating this month as a district. And it's like, I sort of feel like, gosh, I kind of feel like we're neglectful by not doing that because we're responding out of fear, like we're afraid we might offend someone if we celebrate somebody, it's just,
So,
yeah.
there's a tricky space for me here with some religious holidays, where if we are going to be celebrating, well, it's not winter break, it's not Christmas, it's winter break. And there's a lot of different holidays celebrated within that time period. But similarly, there's like Persian New Year, which often will.
Oh, and I'm actually not suggesting we celebrate Lunar New
Sure.
Year. I'm actually talking about like the cultural heritage months, where you talk about like the diversity. That's what I'm talking about. I don't even.
I'm looking at the calendar
yeah.
and I'm just like, okay, if we're gonna get into like the nitty gritty, then there's some like, I don't know how many of these that we can like reasonably
Not
celebrate in
like
a
holiday,
way.
just the
Okay.
bigger months that were on that Harvard or Yale one that we were sent a while ago.
So you're more interested in recognizing cultural groups?
So I'm gonna just read off the list. So, January, it doesn't have anything. February, Black History Month. March, Women's History Month. April is a fun one. It is both Arab American Heritage Month and Genocide Awareness Month.
Where are you at now?
April Autism Awareness.
Well,
And
which
also,
which
it's in the attachment.
Oh, okay.
It's linked from the attachment. It's ADL it's from the ADL. May
What in the
become.
attachment? You mean in the
so-
packet? It's not in the packet.
No, it's in the attachment on the agenda.
On the agenda.
Okay, attachment on the
Action
agenda.
items of
and
calendar
then,
and observance, is that one that link?
it's
ADL
take action on the bottom.
Oh, take action for
Yeah,
celebratory
and then you
months.
go there and then you click on the second page, calendar observances.
Yeah, and there is an
Okay.
image, action
And then
items.
there, and then you, in the column there, you scroll down on the left side a little bit is a download.
What is ADL?
Anti-defamation.
Oh, okay.
And then one of those here is this attachment.
Calendar observances.
So April has a lot. So you have Arab American Heritage Month, Genocide Awareness Month, National Poetry Month, I guess that's not as culture. May, International Workers' Day, is there. Also Asian American Heritage Month, Jewish American Heritage Month, you get to share. June is LGBTQ Pride Month, and then I guess we're off with the summers.
On this side. There was a different,
The one that,
it was on the ADL page. There was a different thing that we had talked about the last time we talked about this. There was a different attachment that was much more simple and it had like
6 months, yeah, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 and 9, we put June. But the one that I when I proposed this again this year, was based on Yale and Harvard calendars. They, again, there are like my comments. So, when you talk with Larry, when you talk with Larry Kane, he every time he tells, I don't know how many hundreds of nationalities do we have in our town that we we go and share spaces and services every day when we go outside.
You said half the people in Sunnyvale are from somewhere else, international.
So, and you made a good point, like, oh yeah, it would be nice to celebrate African American, even though we just have like 2% of the kids. Like, well, for me, it looks like very obvious. I don't see why wouldn't we? But if you go back to the list, well, to a general list like a Harvard or Yale, when it's like when you have Native American Heritage Month, African American Heritage Month, Asian, that's pretty much,
I see the list
except for
now.
Europe, that's pretty much the whole planet.
I see the list now, and this list is a lot more tighter and a lot easier to get behind than the really long list.
Like,
So
there will be very few, and they could actually go into somewhere else, and then when you go to, well, the thing that I was looking at is that Yale and Harvard have different type of disability month, and they even have one for employees disability month that we want is just to create awareness in our community. So maybe we could attach our disability month to autism awareness, that we have a bigger special ed education. But I think it's important, it's an important thing somehow to attach, because we do have a very big special ed education.
I do want to point out that the Disability Pride Month is July.
Yes.
So that would probably have to be like during summer school or something, but we have.
Yeah, but that's what maybe we can use instead of that, do autism awareness month that is April, and attach it all together, because the other one is July, and the one that Harvard and Yale put do spring.
Excuse me, I want to bring us back to the question I asked earlier, because I think it determines what we do and why we do it, so I'm gonna go back to it again. And I guess it's the why. Is the why, are we trying to elevate particular voices that we feel like we're not elevating? Is it just so we can have some celebrations? But I think we must get back to what our why is, because then that will determine what we're elevating. Are we elevating particular voices that we feel are absent? The other reason I'm asking that is, kind of, since you've asked this question, I've done a little research, and there was one example that I saw that I really liked, and what it did is it went back to the strategic goal or plans that they were doing, and the emphasis was around being inclusive and celebrating the community that we have. And so figuring out, these celebration months, but also being intentional through other experiences. So whether we 3 times or 4 times a year celebrate who we are as Sunnyvale or whatever it is, but I think the why here is really important, because then it will help answer some of the questions that I've heard so far this evening.
And it helps us as staff, and ultimately gets down to the classroom level. Like, if we know clearly what the why is, that helps us guide staff as to what they're actually gonna do. So if it's a matter of like the board every month is gonna do a resolution, that's fine, but there's no impact to that. I don't think that's what's.
The ones on the Harvard list, the reason why I like those is those are all underserved groups. They're all people who are regularly discriminated against, that the politicians' voices that they're targeted completely. And, you know, like Black history, women's history, Arab Americans, Jewish Americans, Asian Americans, mental health, LGBTQ+, sexual assault awareness month, like those are all Disability Pride Month, Latinx Heritage Month, all those things are, those are all groups that I feel like this is a statement of solidarity, and it's an opportunity to celebrate. So it's not like, oh, anyone who, you know, this isn't like a poor baby kind of thing. This is a like, hey, we're standing with you, you know, we see you, and, you know, we're here for you all year long, but we're gonna celebrate you because this is your month. So that's just my personal.
So I guess my follow-up would be like, so what's the expectation with these resolutions, right? So the resolution is passed and what?
Well, if, for example, this is the month when you may put together and read a particular book instead of reading it in in June, you read it in April, because
So the
that
what
book
is
is about
asking
it.
teachers to do more in their classrooms.
We
They
already
No, I'm
do.
just
most of
asking,
that,
like, what
yes.
is the what, like, if you want something to happen with the resolution, what is the what you're wanting with it?
Well, it's not only the classroom, we're asking staff to, are we asking staff to celebrate employees? It is how.
It's just it's a framework, and so, yeah, it is a framework.
It's a framework of recognition. You can go as far, but as least as minimum. We are gonna ask for a minimum, like, for example, I think right now we do Diwali in every school. Even if not in every school, we have a majority of Indian kids, but it's just a fun thing to do.
Well, that's separate from what Bridget is talking about.
But why do we do that? Like, because it's an awareness in the community that they are important.
So for me, it aligns with strategic goal number 1 of creating an inclusive and nurturing environment. And it provides a framework. And the thing I keep getting back to is that it's the least we can do. Like, this is the least we can do. The rest of it can be filled out, and I am comfortable leaving it open to staff or to teachers or to schools to fill in the framework as they will. But this is the least we can do as a board, to acknowledge that this month happened, that it exists, that we recognize you, we see you, and we're sorry about everything the US has done to us.
And we appreciate you, you know?
We appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's a good way to put it.
Interesting. So I'm neither here nor there on the resolutions. Like, my general feeling would be like, whatever our community and our staff feels is best, but, so I'm good either way. But I think that the space that I care most about is less about the resolutions. I think you guys would probably agree, and more about, and I think this is what Tasha about, like, doing the work year round, right? So an example, the resolution we had last month that was about celebrating Hispanic heritage, right? So when I was reading through the resolution, there was a piece towards the end that I really loved. I don't think it got into packet review because I was out of town that week, but I had a little bit of a back and forth with staff on it. So the phrase that I loved was, encourages all schools within the district to engage in activities and initiatives that celebrate the culture, contributions, and history of Hispanic and Latinx communities. And so for me, what I care more about is, like, the resolution to me is neither here nor there. I mean, there's pros to it, there's cons to it, whatever, right? But to me, like, I care less about whether there's a resolution or not, and more about, like, I love that phrase, and I would love to have, like, instead of talking about resolutions, I would love to spend a half an hour, let's talk about how we can actually do that in our schools throughout the year, and then let's go do it, right? So that's what I care about more than resolutions.
I think that's the resolution which put that phrase. I mean,
But the
I thought
resolution
that-
didn't do anything, is what I'm saying, right? It's there.
The
but it doesn't
resolution
work.
is encouraging, is that's the resolution, it's at the end encouraging, therefore, because this and that, we're recognizing all this stuff, from this community. So the resolution is that we encourage each school to do something about this, we're recognizing, and when we did the one about LGBTQ community last time, it did have a call to action that was to put not just to encourage every side to recognize this and do something about it, but also to
But
put
those
the
aren't, it
flag.
has to be a policy, like, having it in the resolution doesn't actually mean anything, right? So that's what I'm referring to, like, if we want to do these things.
Yes.
But
So that's what we're
start-
talking
Resolution doesn't
tonight
do
about. This will be a policy that we are gonna be doing this, because then we come to the thing, the resolutions just die, and if we did one last year, it doesn't mean anything this year. And say, okay, so now we're gonna create a policy that there is a number of this is our minimum standard of care that we're doing. This is the minimum that we're gonna do. We're gonna do, I don't know, 6, 7, 8, whatever it is. And we're gonna recognize this as, it's a part of a DEI that we're doing already as an equity.
We have 2
And,
minutes. 2-minute warning.
yeah.
So I think, I'm just saying, I would rather spend that time on policies that actually change as opposed to resolutions, but I'm neither here nor there on the resolutions.
Yeah, but this is about the policy, and the resolution
The
just comes with
resolution is
an
not
action
about the
every,
policy,
yeah.
they're separate. You can't say it is.
Okay, I thought that was a discussion about, but okay, so do we wanna move, I suppose we have 2 minutes, so
So I think we have the
majority of the
Yeah,
board interested.
we have a majority that is interested in having, take action on celebratory months.
So
It's not an action item,
No, it's not.
but we heard the discussion.
Yeah, so I would like to see, what it would look like. In other words, what we might choose to identify and make a policy around that. Resolutions, I think, are more action oriented based on something that is happening and there's an action, call to action related to that.
Well, sometimes there's something happening in the community, like whereas, people are being attacked on the street, or whereas, people are getting killed and whatever.
Or like a
then
budget
we're-
resolution.
Yeah, like or we're supporting something, but there are also resolutions that I've heard other boards give that seem like they're recognitions, and it's really a recognition, so that, and then there are policies, and I know policies and resolutions are different, but it's just a direction, and, moving forward, that maybe they'll come back to us with a draft of what they think is a first pass, and we'll give feedback.
So with that is 10 o'clock, so we have an information agenda, so we don't need to table everything else, but I think that it will be a good direction as we have a majority. We actually either do it now or in January, but we could bring back a list of proposition for months. Possibilities for months.
Talk about the why.
Yeah, we
We
already
just talked
discussed
about
the
the
why,
why.
so we could just bring how it will look, a proposition, how it will look.
We'll
at the
process what you said and see if there's some direction there that we could take some action on. But it's 10 o'clock, so we have to stop.
Yes, okay, so, yeah, I think it was kind of clear. Okay, with that, our next meeting will be on, it's not opening on October 10th at 6 p.m. It will be a governance meeting based on data. It's 10:01, and with that, we'll close the meeting.
Your next meeting's a governance meeting?
Yeah.
Thank you, Desmond. Thank you.
Barney.